Chapter 2966. This ball of light was the blood ancestor's primordial spirit. He had captured it and bound it in his hand, making it unable to escape. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone with a cold light, carrying a deep sense of hatred. To some extent, the blood ancestor was even more hateful than the devil ancestor. He was a creature of Pangu world, born from the great Tao. He was in existence on the same level as the ancestor dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial qilin. He had the ability to become the ancestor of all creatures and obtain a supreme status. However, the blood ancestor was born bloodthirsty. Not only did he fail to help Pangu world in the ancient demon war, he even brought disaster to Pangu world. He led the creatures of Qian Su Jinghua heaven and started a bloody massacre with the demons. Du Xiaofu did not have the slightest bit of mercy towards such people. The only thing he could do was to kill them. I really should suppress your primordial spirit for eternity and burn it with the 9 heavens' divine flame. I'll let you suffer the pain of being burned in purgatory. Du Xiaofu raised the ball of light in front of his eyes and said softly. A small hell-blood phoenix was struggling in the ball of light, trying to break free from his control. Just as Du Xiaofu said, he really wanted to execute the blood ancestor and make him suffer the most miserable punishment in the world. However, at this moment, his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu was fighting the devil ancestor. The real battle had already begun. He didn't have time to arrange more methods to deal with the blood ancestor. Letting you die so easily is too easy for you, Du Xiaofu said with a bit of melancholy. Then, power burst out of his hand like crazy. This terrifying power poured onto the blood ancestor's primordial spirit, causing him to let out a series of miserable screams. He was in incomparable pain. Ah! The blood ancestor's screams pierced through heaven and earth. Finally, Du Xiaofu clenched his fist, and all the sounds stopped abruptly. The blood-colored primordial spirit turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. It no longer existed. 9 demon generals, 2 demon attendants, the blood ancestor, and countless demons are all dead. Only the devil ancestor is left of the ancient slaughterer who slaughtered all living beings. Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. The deaths of the 9 demon generals, the 2 demon servants, the blood ancestor, and the other experts could be considered as a consolation for the 18 experts who had fallen in the ancient war and were sealed in the 18 levels of hell. As long as everything went smoothly, the demon ancestor would not be able to live for much longer. Du Xiaofu turned his gaze to the depths of the 18th layer of hell, watching the battle between Lu Xiaoyu and Jiangchen. In his perception, the 2 of them had collided in the most terrifying way possible. Although most of the energy had been isolated, Du Xiaofu could still feel the intensity of the battle. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyu or the demon ancestor, they were both the strongest existences in the world. The battle between them was especially terrifying. Vaguely, waves of special power of the great Tao were emitted. It was frightening. Lu Xiaoyu, you can't beat me! How can this ancestor's means be what you can withstand? Even if you've been planning for thousands of years, you won't be able to change this ancestor's ultimate slaughter. Whether it's the 33 heavens or the 3,000 realms, they'll all become demon realms. Jiangchen's voice rang out, followed by a huge, muffled boom. Clearly, a new round of collisions had taken place. Is that so? Then what are you hiding in here for? Let's go out and fight. Lu Xiaoyu harumphed coldly. Don't think that just because you're hiding in the place where you transformed into the Tao, I can't do anything to you. As he spoke, the light of a blade tore through the air and attacked madly. In an instant, the combined space of the 17th and 18th layers of hell began to tremble. The universe was spinning, the earth was overturned, heaven and earth were exploding, the void was collapsing, and the primordial chaos was boiling. Everything was a scene of doomsday. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Xiaoyu and Jiangchen's battle had finally affected the entire space. When he saw this terrifying scene, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but retreat again and again, until he reached the edge of the space. The roaring and howling power was so terrifying that he didn't dare touch it in the slightest. Crackle! Under Du Xiaofu's perception, the terrifying devil chi and scarlet light in the deepest part of the space suddenly exploded, and two figures rushed out from within. One of them wore green robes and wielded a blood-gold longsword. It shone with a dazzling light and was incomparably fierce. The other had the body of a beast. Its entire body was covered in blood-red fur, and it covered every inch of its body from head to toe. Only its face and claws were exposed. Who else could it be but the demon ancestor from the primordial blood massacre era? Lu Xiaoyu, you forced me to come out. I hope you don't regret this. The demon ancestor's face was incomparably ferocious. His blood-red hair fluttered like tentacles in the air. Around him, heaven and earth collapsed and primordial chaos curled around him. Destructive light shot out, scarlet energy surged, and the power of slaughter surged. So this is the demon ancestor's true demonic body. Seeing his senior brother Lu Xiaoyu and the demon ancestor appear, Du Xiaofu, who was standing far away, couldn't help but whisper in shock. The demon ancestor Luoho had walked out of the primordial chaos. He was an ancient god-fiend with a true demonic body. From his appearance, Du Xiaofu could see some of Jiang Chen's shadow. However, there were still some differences. On the demon ancestor's body, the murderous and bloody aura was even more intense. His aura was even more ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the color of his fur was even more dazzling, and his claws were even sharper. It's good that you're willing to come out. Today's battle will end everything. Hearing the demon ancestor's words, Lu Xiaoyu's expression was not as serious as before. Instead, it was slightly relaxed. Previously, the demon ancestor had been hiding in the place where he had transformed. That was the place where the demon ancestor had created the demonic world. It contained an extremely terrifying power that would be of great help to the demon ancestor's recovery. Because of this, he had been hiding there. Even though Du Xiaofu had killed the 3 demon generals, the 2 demon attendants, and the demon ancestor right in front of him, he was still unwilling to come out. However, under the influence of Lu Xiaoyu's attack, the demon ancestor was finally forced to come out and fight. Lu Xiaoyu, since I have come out today, I must take your life, the demon ancestor said in a harsh voice. He was an ancient demon ancestor. The moment he appeared, he would bring with him a sky full of bloody rain and take away countless lives. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not believe this. He merely hissed and began to attack. Bloody slaughter, fight with me! He screamed and threw the bloody sword in his hand into the sky. The long sword expanded in the wind and turned into 1,000,000 feet long. It then slashed down. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyu's black hair crazily danced in the wind. His body rushed forward and his hands formed strange seals. They turned into a bright swastika symbol and suppressed. Roar! The demon ancestor did not waste any more time. He roared and his pair of sharp claws tore through the sky and ground. He tore through the entire space and began a violent collision with Lu Xiaoyu. Kun. When the demon ancestor's claws and Lu Xiaoyu's blade collided, there was an explosive sound. It was as if the god of thunder's hammer had broken through the sky, causing the entire universe to tremble. The blade was blocked by him. Then, his claws violently tore through the swastika symbol that Lu Xiaoyu had created. Godly thunder cauldron! Lu Xiaoyu shouted and waved his hand in the air. Walala! The 9 purple thunder cauldrons on Du Xiaofu's body drew 9 terrifying lines. They plowed through the sky and ground into a mess as they smashed towards the demon ancestor. The 9 cauldrons were originally Lu Xiaoyu's items. They had accompanied him for many years. Even though they were now under the control of Du Xiaofu, Lu Xiaoyu could still use them as if they were his own arms. What a terrifying battle! At this time, Du Xiaofu was in a daze. He looked at the battle in the distance, and was extremely shocked. Whether it was senior brother Lu Xiaoyu or the demon ancestor, both of them had displayed unimaginable strength. If the battle between the two of them was deliberate, it could definitely cause the entire universe to collapse into nothingness and return to chaos. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Du Xiaofu was in shock, a few figures flashed beside him. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, and Lu Xintong suddenly appeared and came to his side. After these people arrived, they were all extremely horrified by what they saw. The entire space was overturned. The light of chaos flowed and fell from the sky. It was extremely magnificent and gorgeous. It was like a beautiful scene. However, such a beautiful scene contained the most terrifying destructive power in the world. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, Lu Xintong, and Du Xiaofu did not speak. They were all looking at the battle in horror. They had gathered here under Lu Xiaoyu's arrangement to deal with the demon ancestor together. Once Lu Xiaoyu exhausted the demon ancestor, it would be time for Xiaolong and the other four to continue suppressing him. As for Du Xiaofu, he would need to contribute at the last moment, and finally kill the demon ancestor. Huff, huff, huff! The battle between Lu Xiaoyu and the demon ancestor continued. The two of them fought fiercely. It was not something that could be described as heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, the terrifying collision between the two of them no longer produced loud bangs. Instead, it was like the sound of flowing water. That was the sound of chaos flowing. Large amounts of energy surged in the sky and on the ground. The space was on the verge of collapse and was about to completely disintegrate. Suppress! Lu Xiaoyu continued to shout. After a terrifying shout, he suddenly shook his hand and threw out a round of terrifying 8 trigrams. Within the 8 trigrams diagram, a world appeared. It was no different from the real world. The rules of the Great Tao and the order of Dharma and Logos were complete. The power of the world was added to the 8 trigrams diagram and turned into a huge millstone. It came down on the demon ancestor. Ao! The demon ancestor let out a shrill cry that pierced through the sky. Even though they were very far away, Du Xiaofu, Xiaolong, and the others felt their hearts tremble. They were about to lose their footing. How could they dare to be careless? They immediately sealed their hearing and hid at the edge of the space. At the same time, the energy in their bodies circulated continuously to eliminate the terrifying killing intent. That Void 8 trigrams technique is actually so powerful in Senior Brother's hands. Du Xiaofu found it hard to calm down. Seeing Senior Brother's attacks again and again, he was deeply shocked. He could also use the Void 8 trigrams, and under his own comprehension, he had even fused it to a deeper level. However, compared to Senior Brother's current technique, it was still too weak. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to feel that there was a strong chaos origin energy in it. Under Senior Brother Lu Xiaoyu's Tao of Hegemony, it gave birth to the most terrifying power. Mastering the chaos origin is the biggest characteristic of the Tao-bearing realm. If you want to break through the illusion, you have to comprehend the complete chaos origin energy. In other words, you have to bring your Tao to perfection. Watching the battle, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with shock. At the same time, he was also pondering and comprehending some things. For example, Great God Pangu, Heavenly Lord Absolute Luo, the demon ancestor, and the people who had opened up the 3,000 boundless worlds were all creatures of the chaos. They had all walked out of the chaos origin energy, and were born with the chaos origin energy. For Xiantian and Hotian lifeforms, all of this could only be obtained by relying on their own cultivation step by step. This point could only be achieved by engraving one's own Tao. Engraving one's own Tao. Du Xiaofu carefully comprehended. Through the battle in front of him, he could increasingly sense the existence of the chaos origin energy. Under such circumstances, he fell into deep thought and began to multitask. On one hand, he watched the terrifying battle between Senior Brother Lu Xiaoyu and the demon ancestor. On the other hand, he mobilized the energy in his body, wanting to engrave his own Tao runes again. Within his body, tiny traces of energy were drawn out by him, finally gathering together and entering his mind's Naiwen palace. Earlier, when he'd comprehended and broken through to the half-step Tao realm, he'd only managed to carve a single dot on the forehead of the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit. That dot could be considered as his own grand Tao pattern, and it possessed boundless strength. But even so, Du Xiaofu felt that this was far from enough. If he wanted to reach perfection, he could only continue to work hard. On the side, Xiaolong, who had been watching the battle with rapt attention, suddenly raised his eyebrows and glanced at Du Xiaofu, a look of surprise in his eyes. He's still comprehending at this time, this boy. He discovered that Du Xiaofu had actually fallen into a state of cultivation, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As for the purple-robed youth, under his observation, he quickly stopped paying attention to the battle. All of his attention was drawn back, and he began to engrave Dao runes with all his strength. Du Xiaofu was working hard. In his mind, the thin sword condensed once more. He wanted to continue engraving on the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit. What a strange boy! Di Batian sighed with emotion and said. The few beside him also turned their heads and looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. The feeling in their hearts was indescribable. Let him comprehend as he wishes. Every time this boy's strength increases, our chances of winning will also increase, Yang Wu said softly. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. If they wanted to kill the demon ancestor, they would ultimately have to rely on Du Xiaofu. This boy's strength was very likely to affect the final outcome. Boss should be able to win the battle against the demon ancestor, right? Xiaolong turned his head and looked at the terrifying battle in the distance again with a worried expression. The strength that Lu Xiaofu had displayed was almost the same as the demon ancestors. The two of them were fighting so fiercely that time and space were overturned, and heaven and earth were crumbling. However, Xiaolong was still very worried. After all, that was the demon ancestor, an ancient god-fiend. His strength was unparalleled. Comparatively speaking, the old Du Xiaofu's cultivation was still much weaker than the demon ancestor's. Fortunately, the demon ancestor had yet to recover from his injuries. This gave them hope of winning in the end. Big brother will definitely be fine, Lu Xintong said with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have the most confidence in Lu Xiaofu and firmly believed that her brother would be able to suppress the demon ancestor in the end. Let's get ready to attack as well. Once Xiaofu needs help, we must attack immediately and suppress the demon ancestor, Di Batian said to the few people beside him. Lu Xiaofu alone was not enough to completely suppress the demon ancestor. He still needed their help. At this time, the battle over there was abnormally intense, and had reached a white-hot level. The most terrifying collision could happen at any time, and when that happened, it would be time for half-step carrier realm cultivators like them to take the field. The five of them stopped talking and no longer paid attention to Du Xiaofu's condition. All of them pulled themselves together, and carefully watched the terrifying battle in the field. Lu Xiaofu, this ancestor said that he would definitely make you regret it. Facing the attack of Lu Xiaofu's saber light, the demon ancestor opened his mouth and spat out an immeasurable amount of power, shattering it. Then, he roared loudly as if he was about to go berserk. Lu Xiaofu's eyes darkened, but he did not reply. However, what happened next caused his heart to sink. After the demon ancestor roared, his true demon body dashed forward rapidly. His sharp claws tore through Lu Xiaofu's attack and headed straight for Du Xiaofu, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Wu, and Lu Xintong. Such a move made Lu Xiaofu feel somewhat dignified. The demon ancestor had actually abandoned him and turned his attention to the few half-step carrier realm cultivators. Obviously, he wanted to crush them with his absolute strength. However, Lu Xiaofu was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately moved and chased after the demon ancestor, preparing to stop him. But in the next moment, something shocking happened. Get out of my way! The demon ancestor roared, and a pair of sharp claws suddenly grabbed at the void. As if they had turned into millions of feet long, they directly reached into the deepest part of the space. In the next moment, a hazy blood-red light was thrown out by the demon ancestor's claws towards Lu Xiaofu. The moment the blood-red light appeared, Lu Xiaofu's heart sank as he felt an extremely dangerous aura. This is... Lu Xiaofu could not help but blurt out, and his whole person became extremely solemn. This was a huge unforeseen event that caught him off guard. It was completely out of his expectations. The blood-red light that the demon ancestor threw out had appeared too abruptly, and was completely unexpected. Caught off guard, it crashed towards Lu Xiaofu. Facing such a blow, even if he was at his peak, he would not dare to casually face it head-on. Chapter 2967. I've said it before. As long as I'm born, I'll be accompanied by blood and death, the demon ancestor said fiercely. The blood-red light in his hand was extremely terrifying, as if it was the most ferocious existence in the world. It was even stronger than the demon ancestor himself. After saying that, the demon ancestor did not charge at Lu Xiaoyu. Instead, he charged at Du Xiaofu and the others. Be careful, Lu Xiaoyu warned. However, facing the blood-red ball of light, his expression became extremely solemn. He waved the long saber in his hand, releasing a terrifying aura to meet the attack. The power that the demon ancestor suddenly brought out was abnormally strong. When it exploded, it created a world-destroying commotion and sent Lu Xiaoyu's body flying. Rumble! The space could no longer withstand it, and completely disintegrated, turning into nothingness. Chaotic light shot out, and only a small area remained. That was where the demon ancestor had been in seclusion. Under the impact of the ferocious power, Lu Xiaoyu's physical body and primordial spirit suffered an unimaginable shock. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face turned gray. Fortunately, the blood-red light was also destroyed by his saber and returned to nothingness. At that moment, he immediately looked at where Du Xiaofu and the others were. He could not help but be shocked to death. A puny post-celestial life form wants to kill me! Du Xiaofu, I don't know if I should say that you're too arrogant, or that you've never seen my power. The demon ancestor brought with him a boundless ferocious aura and instantly charged at Du Xiaofu and the others. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hue, and Lu Xintong were unable to move or speak under the powerful aura. It was as if they had been immobilized and could not move at all. They could only watch as the demon ancestor approached Du Xiaofu. At that moment, the purple-robed youth's situation was similar to Xiaolong and the others. However, because he was comprehending, his eyes were slightly closed. Even if he sensed that the demon ancestor was coming, he could not dodge. I've already said that I'll kill you! Today, let's end it here and now! The demon ancestor shouted. His sharp claws merged into one and formed a ball of black light. Within the black light, it was as if there was a purgatory world hidden. Within it, there were ghosts' howls, blood, demons, and ghosts' miserable screams. Du Xiaofu, die! In the next moment, the ball of black light was shot out by the demon ancestor. It directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu's chest. For the demon ancestor, he naturally knew how important Du Xiaofu was in Lu Xiaoyu's arrangement. If he killed Du Xiaofu, no one in the world could really kill him. Therefore, when the demon ancestor attacked, he did not show any mercy. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu with a single blow. Junior brother! Lu Xiaoyu immediately shouted. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. He did not need to think at all. He directly mobilized all the power in his body and charged at Du Xiaofu. However, it was too late to save Du Xiaofu. The time he was blocked by the demon ancestor was enough for Du Xiaofu to die 100 times. Great Thousand Cage, suppress him! Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoyu immediately made a decision and instantly activated an invisible force. Rays of invisible force dispersed from his body, pierced through the barrier of space, and connected to the outside world. At this moment, outside the 18 levels of hell, in the boundless starfield, numerous large stars rumbled and trembled as they revolved at a rapid speed. Next, the giant ball of chaotic energy was being consumed. It was melting at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It turned into a torrential amount of energy that entered the array and triggered an even more terrifying power. This ball of chaotic energy was left behind by Pangu. It was acquired by Lu Xiaoyu. He placed it in the galaxy and used it to create a new array. Buzz, 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 following the violent eruption of the formation, countless stars began to revolve, and a ferocious power surged. In a short period of time, Lu Xiaoyu had complete control over it, and he was able to transfer it for him. In the broken space, one could see a pillar of light that pierced through the sky. It then smashed down and headed straight for the demon ancestor. HOMMM, HOMMM, HOMMM. The pillar of light came suddenly. As if it appeared out of thin air, the demon ancestor's body was blasted out of space. Then, Lu Xiaoyu's figure appeared again and came to Du Xiaofu's side. However, the shocking thing was that the ball of dark light that the demon ancestor had shot out had already entered his body. Under Lu Xiaoyu's gaze, the purple-robed young man's body was about to explode and turn into nothingness. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his arm, a layer of light enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under the interference of the light, the collapse of Du Xiaofu's body was finally under control. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not stop. He continued to shoot out layers of light, which were like thin layers of gauze. Very quickly, Du Xiaofu's entire body disappeared. He was completely covered and turned into a huge cocoon of light. "Boss Xiaoyu, brother!" At this moment, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong finally broke free from the demon ancestor's shackles. They quickly rushed forward and watched Lu Xiaoyu's actions. Each of them had an extremely solemn expression on their faces as they watched Lu Xiaoyu shoot out layer after layer of light. His face was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, which rolled down his face. His anxiety was obvious. However, Lu Xiaoyu had no intention of stopping. He continued to move his hands, and the energy in his body was rapidly depleted. As time passed, the light cocoon around Du Xiaofu's body grew bigger and bigger. Vigorous energy passed through the light cocoon into his body in order to protect his life. Lu Xiaoyu's entire body was getting more and more tired and weak. Such a situation made Xiaolong, Di Batian, and the others extremely worried. "How could this be?" Xiaolong muttered. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. He could not believe such an outcome. The demon ancestor had actually displayed such powerful strength and suddenly attacked Du Xiaofu, causing unimaginable damage to him. If Boss had not acted in time, the purple-robed young man would have died in the demon ancestor's hands. Chi. Lu Xiaoyu finally stopped. Looking at the huge light cocoon in front of him, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, he staggered in the void and almost fell down. Clearly, he had exhausted too much energy. Lu Xiaoyu's green robe was also soaked in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. He wanted to protect Du Xiaofu's life, and he had used all his strength. "Boss!" Xiaolong rushed forward and supported Lu Xiaoyu. At the same time, he could not help but look at the light cocoon around Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with worry. Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong also gathered around, and all of them looked extremely serious. The demon ancestor's attack was too sudden, and his strength was extraordinarily powerful. Even Lu Xiaoyu could not block it. He. "Lu Xiaoyu, you can't save him! I have used my own chaos origin energy to penetrate his body. Even if Pangu is here, he will not be able to survive." At this time, the demon ancestor's eerie voice rang in the void. Then, the horrifying beast flew up into the air and stared at Lu Xiaoyu and the others with hatred and delight in its eyes. "I have already said that I will make you regret it. Now that Du Xiaofu is dead, what can you do to me?" The demon ancestor laughed arrogantly, and covered his chest with one of his long, furry claws. His aura also showed signs of weakness and dispiritedness. Apparently, Lu Xiaoyu's light beam attack had injured him quite badly. With Pangu's chaos origin energy as the source of energy, in addition to the power of countless stars, the attack was unimaginable. Even an existence like the demon ancestor was greatly injured. At this time, even though the demon ancestor was just standing in the air, his body was not stable. He was not in a better state than Lu Xiaoyu. Both of them had used up too much energy, and were not as strong as before. "How did you?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Although he felt weak, he still wanted to fight. he found it hard to understand. The demon ancestor's body and primordial spirit had been separated and suppressed for countless years. After they had completely merged, the speed of recovery should not be so fast. It was also impossible for him to use such a terrifying attack. The existence of the chaos origin energy had never been discovered by Lu Xiaoyu. This did not make sense. In order to deal with the demon ancestor, he had prepared for many, many years. He knew almost everything about the demon clan like the back of his hand. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to lead the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds into the depths of the 18 levels of hell and kill countless experts of the demon clan. In the beginning, when he fought with the demon ancestor, things did not go out of control. Who would have thought that the demon ancestor's sudden attack would completely disrupt Lu Xiaoyu's plan? He really wanted to know where the demon ancestor's power came from. Through what had happened before, Lu Xiaoyu could tell that the power did not come from the demon ancestor himself. Such a situation made him extremely shocked. Lu Xiaoyu, you must be very curious now. But I don't want to talk more with you. If you want to fight, then bring it on. Otherwise, I don't have so much time to waste with you. The demon ancestor looked at Lu Xiaoyu with cold eyes and said aloud. His strength had not recovered to its peak state, and he had been interrupted by Lu Xiaoyu. He needed to continue healing in seclusion. Staring at the demon ancestor, Lu Xiaoyu did not answer this time. He just looked at him quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Just as the demon ancestor said, he really wanted to know the truth. Long before Du Xiaofu comprehended and broke through to the half-step Taoist realm, when he entered the 18th layer of hell to disturb the demon ancestor, he also found something wrong. Originally, in his plan, the demon ancestor's strength should not have recovered so quickly and become so powerful. But fortunately, he acted in time and successfully interrupted the demon ancestor's recovery. It was also because of this that he brought Du Xiaofu, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong together in this space. Their goal was to launch the final battle and kill the demon ancestor. But now, things had turned out the worst. Du Xiaofu was suddenly attacked by the demon ancestor, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Without him, no one in this world could kill the demon ancestor. Now, there seemed to be no need to continue this battle. Lu Xiaoyu, you can't stop this demon ancestor's recovery, and you can't stop the rise of my demon race. This demon ancestor advises you to give up, lest this demon ancestor makes you die too miserably when this demon ancestor recovers. The demon ancestor's slender blood-red hair fluttered as he said coldly. His hideous and ugly face was filled with endless mockery and ridicule, as if he was mocking Lu Xiaoyu for overestimating his own strength. After saying this, the demon ancestor did not say anything more. His figure flashed and rushed into the chaotic light in the distance. That place was where he had been in seclusion before, and it was not damaged by the collapse of the entire space and was still intact. Boss! Seeing the demon ancestor retreat, Xiaolong looked at Lu Xiaoyu and wanted to say something. Now that they had forced the demon ancestor out of his seclusion and seriously injured him, if there was another Taoist realm expert here, they would definitely be able to suppress him, or even seal him. But the fact was, in the entire 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu was the only Taoist realm expert. Right now, Lu Xiaoyu was exhausted and could not attack anymore. Let him go! Lu Xiaoyu said softly, not looking at Xiaolong. Instead, he stared in the direction where the demon ancestor had left for a long time. Xiaoyu, how did this happen? What should we do next? Di Batian stepped forward and looked at his disciple, and could not help but ask anxiously. If the demon ancestor did not die, there would always be a knife hanging over the heads of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Du Xiaofu had been attacked by the demon ancestor, and no one knew what would happen in the end. Such a situation was worrying, and even an existence like Di Batian was at a loss. There's a huge change in this situation. The deepest part of the 18th layer of hell is probably hiding some unimaginable secrets. Lu Xiaoyu's gaze did not move, and he was still staring at the place where the demon ancestor had disappeared. He said in a deep voice, "When he attacked Junior Brother, the power he used to block me might not be his own." His eyes were deep, and there was an unconcealable heaviness in them. Others might not know, but Lu Xiaoyu could clearly tell that the power that the demon ancestor could mobilize was limited. Otherwise, how could he be so confident that he would bring Du Xiaofu and the others here to decide the outcome of the battle and kill the demon ancestor? Through what had just happened, he also realized that there might be a deeper reason for the demon ancestor's rapid recovery of strength. "Xiaoyu, you mean?" Yang Wu was stunned when he heard Lu Xiaoyu's words, and he could not help but ask. "I can't say for sure now, but everything is normal. Only the demon ancestor's strength has recovered too quickly, and he can mobilize such a powerful force. This does not make sense," Lu Xiaoyu said. Then, he slowly lowered his eyes, and with a hint of desolation, he said sadly, "Could it be that countless years of planning were all for nothing in the end?" At this moment, his entire person was unconsciously filled with endless loneliness, and his dejection could not be concealed. After so many years of planning and putting in so much effort, he had even cultivated a heaven-defying person like Du Xiaofu. Originally, today was the day of the final harvest, and there was hope to kill the demon ancestor. However, the sudden change was quite a blow. At this moment, even Lu Xiaoyu, the master of the 3,000 sectors, found it difficult to calm down. "Boss!" Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's appearance, Xiaolong held his hand tightly and looked at him with burning eyes. He said seriously, "It's not time for us to give up yet. Xiaofu is not dead. We still have hope." As he spoke, Xiaolong's eyes were filled with passion. He stared straight at his boss, and every word was sonorous and powerful. He knew that his boss must have understood something that was difficult to accept. Although he did not say it out loud, Xiaolong knew that something that could make his boss reveal such dejection was far beyond his imagination. However, because he did not know the truth, Xiaolong felt that he should encourage his boss and let him pull himself together. The demon ancestor was not dead. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors were not at peace. How could he say that he was defeated? Buzz, buzz, buzz! As Xiaolong's words fell, the blood sword in Lu Xiaoyu's hand also vibrated as if it was speaking to him. The vibration was transmitted to his palm, causing Lu Xiaoyu to wake up. "Yes, I'm not alive yet. As long as I'm alive, there is hope. Everything is not over yet." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes gradually brightened, and the feeling of dejection on his body was gradually swept away. Just as Xiaolong had said, the beings of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 sectors still needed him to lead them. As long as the demon ancestor was not dead, the world would not be at peace. At this time, he was the strongest among all the beings. He was like a pillar that supported the heavens. How could he fall? "Thank you, Xiaolong." Lu Xiaoyu looked at Xiaolong and thanked him. After he recovered from his state of mind, he could not help but feel some lingering fear. If it were not for Xiaolong's timely reminder, even if he thought it through in the future, it would inevitably cause an indelible impact on his state of mind. Lu Xiaoyu weighed the blood sword in his hand and revealed a smile as if he was also thanking it. Then, he handed the blood sword to Xiaolong and said, "Save the other ancient powerhouses in the 18 levels of hell. At this time, the demon ancestor is also heavily injured and will not appear for a while. Junior Brother's condition is not good at this time. I will take him first. After you settle the matters here, quickly return to the Fiend God battlefield. Then use the blood sword to break through the array and return to the 33 heavens." Chapter 2968. "All right," Xiaolong said to Lu Xiaoyu with a nod as he received the blood slaughter. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Leave this to us." Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yang Hua, and Lu Xintong also spoke to reassure Lu Xiaoyu. Under their gazes, Lu Xiaoyu gently stretched out his hand and summoned Du Xiaofu's light cocoon to his side. "Junior Brother, oh Junior Brother, you must hold on. If we want to kill the demon ancestor, we can only rely on you. Don't let my years of hard work go to waste, Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly. Then, in a flash, he disappeared with Du Xiaofu and left the place. Let's go too. I wonder how many ancient experts we can save in the remaining levels of hell, Xiaolong said as he watched Lu Xiaoyu leave with Du Xiaofu. Let's go! After that, the figures of the remaining people flashed out swiftly, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. All that was left was the whistling and dancing shattered energy that was still stirring slightly. The shattered space that had turned into chaos showed that this place had experienced an unimaginable great battle that had destroyed the original 17th and 18th layers of hell and wiped them off the face of the earth. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. And in these past years, the life forms of every world in the 33 heavens were eagerly anticipating the triumphant return of the countless powerhouses that had entered the divinity demon war realm. Everyone placed their hopes on the Lord of the 3,000 universes, Lu Xiaoyu, and the supreme Changrong Heaven's Yuqing Divine Emperor, Du Xiaofu. They hoped that they could kill the demon ancestor and bring peace to all living beings. It was unknown how many creatures had gathered outside the Fiend God battle boundary, and all of them had high hopes for the battle. However, one day, a blade light broke the seal outside the divine demon battle boundary. When Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong appeared with many experts, many of the experts outside saw them. Their expressions were grave, and some even looked defeated. What's going on? Outside the battle of gods and devils, Yuqing Divine Nations Zihong Divine General He Mengchang, Diwu Divine General Hu Yuanquan, Yunling Divine General Duan Baichuan, and the others were all present. Yu Yuqian, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaolin, and Ouyang Shuang were also waiting quietly. When they saw the experts appear, all of them felt an incomparably strange atmosphere spreading out. Xiaojing, little demon, little star, Qing Qing. Ouyang Shuang swept her gaze across the crowd and saw Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, and Dongli Qingqing. She immediately rushed over and asked, "Where's Xiaofu?" Looking at Du Xiaoyao's defeated expression, Du Xiaojing, little Xingxing, and Dongli Qingqing's eyes also turned red. Ouyang Shuang's pretty face was expressionless. But in his heart, he had a bad premonition. Her intuition told her that this ominous feeling came from Du Xiaofu. Xiaolong Yanghua Xian Tong, where is Xiaoyu? Where is Xiaofu? Yu Yuqian seemed to have realized something in an instant, and couldn't help but ask. Countless experts from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds had entered the divine demon battle realm. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu had set up a terrifying seal that isolated them from the outside. Therefore, no one knew what was going on inside. It was just that when so many experts appeared, Lu Xiaoyu and Du Xiaofu were nowhere to be seen. This was the most illogical thing to happen. Yu Yuqian's old face began to tremble, and his lips unconsciously trembled. His pair of old eyes stared straight at Xiaolong and the others, afraid that he would hear some bad news from their mouths. "Boss is fine. It's just that Xiaofu he..." Xiaolong lowered his head and said sadly, but he didn't finish his sentence. "What's wrong with Xiaofu?" Yu Yuqian immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xiaolong's arm. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he questioned loudly. "Xiaofu." When Ouyang Shuang heard Xiaolong's words, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her delicate body swayed, and she almost fell down. However, Du Xiaoba supported her. "What's wrong with my father?" Du Xiaohuang and Du Xiaolin also quickly asked, wanting to hear Xiaolong's answer. "Du Xiaofu was ambushed by the demon ancestor. The situation is not good. Xiaoyu has already taken him away. This matter is a little complicated. Let's talk about it as we go." Di Batian was, after all, an elder who had lived for countless years. He was much calmer when faced with such matters. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, he couldn't help but speak up. He didn't want everyone to be overly worried, so he avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. He didn't directly explain Du Xiaofu's current situation. Sure enough, Ouyang Shuang's eyes lit up a little when she heard this. "Where did Xiaoyu take Xiaofu?" Yu Yuqian asked again. He was extremely worried. Xiaofu's injuries aren't light. There are 3 places that boss most likely took him to. The first is the 3,000 boundless worlds. The second is a world called Earth. The third is Shenwu World. But among these 3 places, the most likely is still Shenwu World. Xiaolong looked at Yu Yuqian and answered. He and Lu Xiaoyu were the closest of brothers. They understood each other very well. To save Du Xiaofu, the 3,000 boundless worlds was a good choice. Because that was where Lu Xiaoyu rose to prominence. He could mobilize a large amount of resources and manpower. Other than that, in the boundless universe, the only world with life was called Earth. It had an inseparable relationship with the great god Pangu. There might be some ultimate opportunity hidden there that could be the most effective way to dissolve the demon ancestor's chaos origin in Du Xiaofu's body. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyu's soul came from that place. As for the third possibility, it was Shenwu World. Shenwu World, also known as Daluo Heaven, was a world created by the ancient Daluo Heaven. Later on, it was controlled by Du Xiaofu. The laws and order of the world were all closely related to him. In that world, Du Xiaofu could be more in tune with nature, resonating with everything in that world. Most importantly, Du Xiaofu's injuries wouldn't be easy for others to save him. The only one he could rely on was himself. Because of this, Xiaolong felt that Shenwu World was the most likely choice for Du Xiaoyu. Let's go to Shenwu World. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Yu Yuqian made a quick decision and rushed out. Behind him, O Yangshuang, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Dongli Qingqing and the others followed. They were still worried and wanted to go back to Shenwu World to check on the situation. Let's leave a little later. We've rescued these experts from the 18 levels of hell, and we still have to help them. Only then will they be able to stabilize themselves. Xiaolong said to Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong. Other than the 17th and 18th level of hell, which were destroyed in the battle between Lu Xiaoyu and the demon ancestor, the rest of the 16 levels of hell were broken through by them. Moreover, only 5 experts from the ancient era had been rescued from the ancient era. This number was heart-wrenching. The remaining 13 experts had used up everything they had to suppress the demon ancestor. In the end, they turned into dust and died. As for the remaining 5, they weren't in a good situation either. They were exhausted and needed the help of experts. Only then could they regain their power. Xiaolong's plan was to treat them. Once their condition stabilized, he would send them back to their respective inheritance lands in the 33 heavens so they could quietly recuperate. Shui Lu, stay here to seal the divine demon battlefield. Leave someone to guard it. If the demon ancestor makes any more moves, report it immediately. Xiaolong waved his arm and threw Shui Lu out. Blood-gold light shot up into the sky and filled up the gap that was just created. Many experts agreed. Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong rose into the air and disappeared into the distance. Outside the divine demon battlefield, many creatures stayed behind to guard it. However, based on the current situation, it would be difficult to start another battle. Naturally, many people left to recuperate and wait for the next call. The demon ancestor is not dead. The Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu was severely injured by him. It's hard to say whether he's dead or alive. Not long after, this disappearance swept out like a storm, sweeping through every world in the 33 heavens and becoming known to all living beings. After many creatures returned from the divine demon battlefield, everyone gradually understood what had happened in the past few years. It's a pity that the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu's plan for so many years, ended up with such a variable. How detestable! The demon race is an ancient divine demon. It's reasonable for them to have extraordinary means. It's just that there's no enchanting realm expert in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds who can stand up. It's said that the Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu is the most important person to kill the demon ancestor. I don't know if he can survive this injury. I hope he can do it. That guy has created many miracles. I hope that after this, he'll bring another huge shock and surprise to the world. Countless experts of the demon race were killed, but the experts of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds didn't suffer too many losses. This is good news. That's right. This is indeed something that makes people feel gratified. In addition, there were 18 enlightened realm experts sealed in the 18 levels of hell in the ancient times. Now, 5 of them are still alive and were rescued by the dragon god and the others. All kinds of discussions spread throughout the 33 heavens. All the living beings were shocked by the strength of the demon clan. The several changes in the situation in the 18 levels of hell, to them, were filled with unimaginable danger. Fortunately, all the experts of the demon race were killed in the end. The Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu alone killed 9 demon generals, 2 demon servants, and the blood ancestor. Such a terrifying achievement was unparalleled. While everyone was marveling at him, there were also many sighing sounds. That aloof and domineering young man was killed by the demon ancestor's surprise attack. It was hard to say whether he was dead or alive. The power that the demon ancestor had displayed had far exceeded the expectations of Lu Xiaoyu, the master of the 3,000 sectors. Many people could also see that there was a huge secret hidden within. They were afraid that the demon race would have a chance to make a comeback. The demon ancestor didn't die, and the only person who could kill him was severely injured. This was terrible news. The living beings of the 33 heavens felt heavy. Following the end of the long war, not only did it not weaken, it became even stronger. Everyone was hoping that the Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu would wake up and fight alongside Lu Xiaofu to kill the demon ancestor. Apart from all the bad news, the fact that the 5 ancient powerhouses had been rescued was the most joyous news of all. However, most of the living beings didn't know which 5 powers they came from. The Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu came from the Shenwu world. That is a very special place. It should have been on the same level as the Pangu world, the demon race world, and the 3,000 great worlds. However, because of the ancient demon race's war, the creator of that world, Deluo Tianzuan, was disturbed. News about the Shenwu world spread throughout the 33 heavens. There wasn't a single person who wasn't astonished by the uniqueness of that realm, sighing in amazement. If it wasn't for the ancient demon war, the Shenwu world, or the Daluo heaven, would be so powerful. The Yuqing Divine Emperor, the Rock Emperor of the Shenwu world, Du Xiaofu are such heroes. They fought bravely for the living beings of the 33 heavens and made great contributions. No matter what the reason is, we should pay them a visit. Some of the older generation experts spoke out and made such a decision. Of course, this decision received the approval of countless people. And there were too many people who had the same idea. Take out the myriad world spirit route. I want to visit the Yuqing Divine Emperor in the Shenwu world. The Yellow Springs blood bamboo has grown in my sect for many years. It's time to cut it down. The Chaos Palace is my most treasured item. Over the countless years, I've obtained countless benefits from it. However, I still can't fully comprehend its mysteries. Why don't we bring it to the Daluo heaven? It might be able to help the Rock Emperor. Soon, the living beings of the 33 heavens started to move again. Especially the powerful forces and races, many experts walked out. Everyone had the same goal. That was to go to the Shenwu world. Thousands of years ago, when the Shenwu world was exposed to the 33 heavens for the first time, it caused a huge commotion. At that time, many forces went with the intention of obtaining benefits. However, under the suppression of the Tianwu Academy's dean, the Holy Emperor, they didn't cause too much of a commotion. However, it was completely different this time. Countless people were filled with anticipation. In addition, some of them had the intention of going on a pilgrimage. They brought countless heavenly treasures with them. As the junior brother of the Yuqing Divine Emperor, the Rock Emperor of the Daluo Heaven, and the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, he naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. Moreover, he was currently in a bad situation. Countless forces in the 33 heavens wanted to do their best to help him recover. Thus, none of the treasures they brought were ordinary. They were all unique existences. Their thoughts were simple. Even if they could help Du Xiaofu in the slightest, it would be a great comfort to them. The demon ancestor wasn't dead. To the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds, it was like a blade hanging over their heads. They didn't know when it would fall. As long as Du Xiaofu could survive, he would become a sharp blade hanging over the demon ancestor's head. He would be the greatest threat to the demon ancestor. In other words, the final hope of the living beings of the 33 heavens was still placed on Du Xiaofu. How could they feel the slightest bit of heartache over the consumption of some treasures? Huff, huff, huff! In the 33 heavens, many of the living beings of the major forces were on the move. Numerous figures rushed out of the world, heading straight for the Daluo heaven. Other than that, many powerhouses that came out of Shenwu world, such as Fuibai and the Crazy Owl, were also heading there. The ancient emperor of the human clan, the ancient ancestor of the Baifeng divine bird clan, Dai Xingyu, Qingluan, Shao Qing, Beigong Ningruo, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, Beigong Zhangqing, and many other powerhouses from the 3,000 great worlds were also heading towards the Daluo heaven. In the endless cracks between the worlds, the vast crowd moved quickly. Like a swarm of bees returning to their nest, they rushed towards the direction of the Shenwu world. These people's speed was pushed to the extreme. Many of them were led by powerhouses at the level of ancestors Wang. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Shenwu world. Boom, 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 boom! Numerous figures pierced through the void. Vast and majestic auras spread out, causing the entire Shenwu world to shake. This was the result of them deliberately suppressing their auras. Or else, with so many powerhouses' auras intertwined together, it would create a tsunami that would shatter the earth, shatter the sky, and destroy the mountains and rivers. Shenwu world. Daluo heaven. It was the first time for most people to come to this place. The moment they arrived, they could feel the boundless spiritual energy and the vast and complex laws. This world, in terms of prosperity, had far surpassed any of the 33 heavens worlds. The one who brought about this change was the Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu is the barren country's Rock Emperor. Once we find the barren country, we should be able to see him. Some powerhouses used their primordial spirits to investigate. It didn't take long for them to find the barren country's location. Next, a large group of figures moved again. They all rushed towards the barren country. However, at the same time, everyone hid their auras. They didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, they all suppressed their auras and tried to be as low-key as possible. Du Xiaofu had been brought here by Lu Xiaoyu, the lord of the 3,000 sectors. In his current state, no one dared to be too ostentatious. If they disturbed him and caused a bad result, they would become the common enemy of all living beings. Chapter 2969. The current Daluo heaven, also known as Shenwu world, was no longer what it used to be. In terms of scale, this world had undergone terrifying growth in these past years. From the size of a small world, it had grown to be larger than any world in the 33 heavens. After all, this world was a complete world created by Daluo Tianzun. It was originally an existence comparable to Pangu world. However, when this world was in its embryonic state, the process was interrupted by demon ancestor Luo Ho. In the end, most of its power was used by Daluo Tianzun to suppress demon ancestor Luo Ho's body. But now, as Du Xiaofu grasped the heavenly Dao, he was closely connected to the invisible laws of this world. Every step he took brought about rapid changes to this world. It was almost as if this world had returned to its embryonic state back then. In the early years, Shenwu world had not changed for long. Everywhere was a desolate and empty state. Everywhere was a wilderness. As the world grew larger, the densely packed living beings gained more space to move around. However, at this time, countless new living beings were born in Shenwu world. They were scattered all over the world, and the number was astonishing. The previous living beings grew stronger and stronger. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy, countless terrifying existences were born. The immortal realm, to the living beings of Shenwu world, was no longer an unattainable realm. However, the higher realm of meditate and oblivion was still elusive and hard to reach. The desolate country. The concept of territory had lost its meaning to the desolate country. As long as the Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu existed, the desolate country would be the unshakable strongest power in Shenwu world. It was an existence that countless living beings yearned for. Many years ago, in the war against the devil religion, Du Xiaofu led everyone in this world into the most intense battle. That purple-robed youth, in the hearts of all living beings, had a godlike status. If anyone wanted to overthrow the barren country's position, not only would the Du family not agree to it, they would even implicate all the living beings in this world in a crusade. After all, in this world, many living beings were willing to consider themselves as citizens of the barren country. As for the great factions and inheritances, they were also willing to coexist with the desolate nation in the most amicable manner. After all, they had gone through the slaughter of the devil religion together. It was a deep friendship that had been forged through blood. Unless the experts of the older generation were all dead, the desolate country's supreme position in this world was unshakable. For thousands of years, nearly all the powerhouses of the previous generation had been diligently cultivating. They would go into seclusion year after year, all for the sake of increasing their strength as quickly as possible so that they could enter the 33 heavens as soon as possible and join up with Du Xiaofu and the others to help them slaughter their way into the 18 levels of hell. However, as the entire army of the 33 heavens gathered and entered the divinity demon war boundary, as well as Lu Xiaoyou's terrifying battle array, their hopes were finally dispelled. Many people felt that it was a pity that they could not fight side by side with Du Xiaofu and the other living beings to deal with the devil race. It was just like how they had fought against the devil religion all those years ago. But in the end, what was done could not be undone. While many powerhouses sighed, they could only silently pray that the Rock Emperor would return in triumph and reunite with them. However, just when everyone thought that everything had calmed down, and that they were only waiting for Du Xiaofu to return, a major event occurred in the barren country that shocked everyone. Outside the Du family ancestral hall, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoqing, Jinqing Chen, Jialo Jiayu, Du Yunlong, Old Lei, and almost all the other powerhouses had gathered here. All of them looked deeply at the tightly shut doors of the ancestral hall. Just what is going on? Why would such a strange situation occur in my Du family ancestral hall? Du Yunlong had a grave expression as he muttered to himself. The other people around him had similar expressions, as if they were facing something strange. That's right. Something extremely strange had happened in the barren country today. To the Du family, the ancestral hall was a sacred place. The stone coffin left behind by their ancestors was stored inside. It was extremely mystical. Because of this, the Du family would enter every day to clean up and place offerings and incense sticks. However, early this morning, a descendant of the Du family discovered that the doors of the ancestral hall could not be opened no matter what. What was even stranger was that nothing inside could be seen. It was as if there was a terrifying force that blocked everything. Such a strange situation quickly alarmed the upper echelons of the barren country, which included Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and the others. That stone coffin is extremely mystical. Could this situation be caused by it? Jinqing Chun raised his eyebrows and said. He could only make such a conjecture. Everything in the Du family ancestral hall was ordinary except for the stone coffin, which was left behind by the Du family ancestor. In the past, Du Xiaofu fought a bloody battle with the demon ancestor, and only his head was left. It was because Du Tingxian stored it in the stone coffin that he was revived. Even many immortal realm experts were helpless in the current situation. They could not see the reason behind it. Everything could only be attributed to the stone coffin. However, thinking about it carefully, it did not make sense. The Du family ancestor, who had a heavenly body, could only be considered as a divine seizing realm cultivator. Compared to the current Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others, he was far inferior. How could he leave behind such a mystical item? Most importantly, what had happened today was beyond their imagination. Could it be related to Xiaofu? In the crowd, Wuming stroked his beard and said. When everyone heard this, they felt that this was the only reasonable conjecture. Du Xiaofu was the strongest expert in this world. Even the rules of heaven and earth, and the order of the Great Path were under his control. It was not impossible for him to effect the changes in the ancestral hall. I just feel that all of this is unusual. Du Tingxian frowned and said softly. Send people to guard the ancestral hall. Pay attention to all changes at all times. If there are any abnormalities, we can find out immediately. All of these changes did not cause any special consequences. As for the seal outside the ancestral hall, no one could do anything about it. They could only make such a decision for the time being. The changes in the Du family ancestral hall did not cause too much of a stir. However, it still made all the higher-ups of the desolate country cautious. The sudden appearance of the strange sealing power meant that something was amiss. Fortunately, things did not continue to develop, and there were no disasters. As time passed, things slowly calmed down. A few days passed slowly. On this day, the sky was clear and the sun was bright. Heaven and earth were harmonious. But suddenly, something completely new happened. Following the arrival of a powerful aura, it spread through the void of Xinwu world. It caused a large ripple, causing Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchun, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, Jialo Jiuyu, and the others to be shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following that, many figures rushed out from the desolate country palace. They flew into the air and gathered together to look into the distance. Buzz buzz buzz. Everyone reacted quickly, but just as they moved, even more powerful auras appeared, as if they had appeared out of thin air. It was not difficult for Du Tingxian and the others to feel that although these auras were deliberately suppressed, they still emitted powerful ripples. It was as if they did not plan to completely hide their tracks. They just wanted to let them know. Who came to Xinwu world? Within the crowd, Jin Qingchun's brows knit together as he asked with a puzzled expression. Xinwu world had been peaceful for many years, and in recent years, there hadn't been any overly powerful beings that had come here. At most, there were a few people with average cultivation who would bring information about the 33 heavens and the demon race here. Today's change was unusual. The number of people who came was especially large. With their cultivation, they could see the densely packed figures coming from afar. These people don't seem to have any hostility. Could they be powerhouses from the 33 heavens? Yi Piaoling stood up and said calmly. There was no change in his expression. Just like he said, the combatants who came to Xinwu world didn't show any hostility. They only purposely created some commotion to let them know about their presence. Thinking about this, they felt that things were a bit strange. Logically speaking, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens should be under the lead of Lu Xiaoyu and Xiaofu to fight against the demon race. They shouldn't have come to Xinwu world in such a large scale. Could it be brother and the others have returned victorious? Du Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. She was almost excited by her own idea. This wasn't impossible. Perhaps the demon race had already been completely wiped out, and the demon ancestor had been killed, so Du Xiaofu, as a hero, had brought countless powerhouses with him to Xinwu world, which made sense. Just as Du Xiaoqing finished speaking, an old voice came from the void. That's right! The people who came are powerhouses from the 33 heavens. There are also people from the 3,000 heavens. However, Xiaofu is not among them. Before he finished speaking, under the gaze of Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchun and the others, a tall old man appeared from the void and stood in midair. This old man's figure was majestic and tall. He carried with him an aura that could support the heavens. His eyes were as bright as the sun. His silver hair fluttered without any wind. He carried with him an ancient aura, but no matter what, it could not hide his natural fierceness and dominance. Seem your absolute saint. Principal. Seeing this old man appear, many powerhouses bowed respectfully, not daring to be negligent. This old man could only be the principal of Tianwu Academy, the absolute saint emperor, who was at the 3rd level of meditative realm. Does the principal know why these people are here? Du Tingxian was puzzled and asked the absolute Saint Emperor. There's no need to rush. They will be here soon. There are many familiar faces among them. There are also powerhouses who came from this world. It won't be too late to ask them when they arrive. The absolute Saint Emperor realized that these powerhouses were heading straight for the desolate country. However, as if he had sensed something, a grave expression appeared on the dean's aged face. Looking at his expression, Du Tingxian and the others instinctively felt that something was amiss. However, they did not ask. Everything would be revealed when the powerhouses from the 33 heavens arrived at the desolate country. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, a large group of figures came from afar and quickly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing these people, Du Yunlong, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Jin Qingchen, and the others all stepped forward. Little Ba, Little Lin, Little Huang, Little Jing, Little Yao, Little Xingxing. There were a few familiar faces among the newcomers. They were Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, and the others who had rushed back from outside the battle of gods and demons. Other than them, Yu Qian, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and many other powerhouses from the 3,000 great worlds were also with them. As soon as these people arrived, they instantly gathered with the desolate country's powerhouses. Where is my disciple, Xiaofu? Yu Qian's old face was already showing signs of fatigue due to his anxiety. When he arrived at the desolate country's palace, he immediately raised his voice and asked. Du Xiaofu was created by the demon ancestor. Now, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead, and his condition was unknown. This made Yu Qian extremely anxious. He was eager to know how Du Xiaofu was doing at this time, so he blurted out the question. Xiaofu? Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchen, Yi Wuming, Murong Yoro, and the others were all stunned. They did not know this old man in front of them. It was very strange that he asked about Du Xiaofu's whereabouts as soon as he arrived. What was even more strange was that Du Xiaofu was clearly not with the powerhouses from the 33 heavens and had entered the 18 levels of hell to fight. Why would someone come to the desolate country to look for his whereabouts? What's going on? At this time, the Holy Great Emperor stood up and asked Yu Qian, Lu Jingyun, and the others. As one of Lu Xiaoyou's masters, he naturally knew these powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds. He was very familiar with them, and had a deep relationship with them. After a brief introduction, everyone knew each other's identities and no longer stared at each other like before. Grandmaster, did Martial Uncle Do not return to Xinwu world? After the Holy Great Emperor explained the situation, Lu Jingyan frowned and asked in confusion. In his uncle Xiaolong's estimation, it was most likely that his father had brought Du Xiaofu back to Xinwu world, but why was it that after arriving here, all the experts present were bewildered? Isn't Xiaofu in the 33 heavens? Du Tingxian, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Brother was created by the demon ancestor. Due to the critical situation, he was taken away by the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds. We speculate that he is most likely to return to Xinwu world. At this time, Du Shaoqing stood up and told Du Yunlong, Jin Qingchen, and the others about Du Xiaofu's situation. Following her narration, many of the desolate country's experts became impatient. Xiaofu was created by the demon ancestor. His life and death are unknown. Some people muttered as if they had heard the most terrifying news. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and could not stand still. It turned out that the battle between the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds and the demon race had reached the final stage. It turned out that Du Xiaofu, under Lu Xiaoyou's lead, was already facing the demon ancestor. But just as things were about to end perfectly, there was an unexpected turn of events. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were still in danger, but Du Xiaofu was in a terrible situation. How could this be? Du Xiaoman had unknowingly started to cry as she stood there in shock. Beside her, Yi Zijin, Murong Yoro, and the others were the same. To them, this was a heavy blow that was hard to accept. More importantly, Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be found. No one knew his exact situation. This was the most worrisome thing. If Xiaoyu did not come to Shinwu world, then did he return to the 3,000 boundless worlds? Yu Yuqian's old face was trembling from anxiety. He muttered, "No, I have to go back to the 3,000 boundless worlds to take a look." Then, he turned around and wanted to rush into the sky and leave Shinwu world to return to the 3,000 boundless worlds. If Du Xiaofu was not in Shinwu world, then he could be in the 3,000 boundless worlds. If he was not there, then he could be in the world called Earth. Yu Yuqian decided that no matter what, he had to find Lu Xiaoyu and Du Xiaofu. He was really worried about them. Even if he could not do anything or help with anything, it would be good to go and take a look. "Grandmaster, don't worry." Lu Jingyan grabbed Yu Yuqian, who was about to leave, and said, "I seem to have found a trick left behind by father. He is here. He brought Master Du back to the Huang country." These words stunned the surrounding experts as they pricked up their ears one by one. Everyone looked at Lu Jingyan, wanting to know where Du Xiaofu and Lu Xiaoyu were. Could it be? Not long after Lu Jingyan finished speaking, Jialo Jueyu's eyes lit up. He looked down at the void and looked at the Du family. Following his gaze, everyone looked over as well. As far as their eyes could see, there was an extremely ancient building. The Du family ancestral hall. Du Tingxian and the others could not help but exclaim as they looked at each other. "That's right, it's there. I can vaguely feel Father's aura. He must have set up a trick there. Master Du must be inside. It's just that my strength is not enough and I can't see the situation inside. I don't know Master Du's current situation," Lu Jingyan said, confirming everyone's guess. Among everyone present, his cultivation was the highest, and he was Lu Xiaoyu's father. It was easier for him to sense his aura and energy fluctuations. Lu Jingyan was sure that his father and Master Du were both inside the Du family ancestral hall. No wonder it's like this. Everyone in the Huang country also reacted at this time. A few days ago, the changes in the Du family ancestral hall had attracted their attention. Unfortunately, their strength was not enough, and they could not see the reason. Fortunately, the strange situation did not cause any trouble, so no one tried to investigate by force. Until today, when many experts from the 33 heavens came to Shinwu world, they realized that all this might be because of the master of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Chapter 2970. The Lord of the 3,000 sectors brought Xiaofu back to the desolate country and entered the Du family's ancestral hall. At this moment, everyone understood that this might be the case. This was also the most logical deduction. No wonder the seal was so powerful that many immortal realm experts could not do anything about it. It turned out that it came from the Lord of the 3,000 sectors, Lu Xiaoyu. It must be because of the urgency of the matter that my father did not have time to explain the situation to everyone. "Let's wait outside," Lu Jingyan said to the people around him. Then, everyone nodded and descended, entering the desolate country's imperial palace. For many experts in the desolate country, it was difficult for them to be in a good mood at this moment. As the news continued to spread, it first caused a terrifying sensation, and then it made all the living beings in this world deeply worried. Their rock emperor, Du Xiaofu, had been severely injured in the battle with the demon ancestor. Even the Lord of the 3,000 sectors might not be able to save him. This situation was really bad news, and everyone found it hard to accept this fact. "I believe that the Rock Emperor will definitely wake up again. Back then, he had died in the battle with the demon ancestor, but in the end, he stood before the world again." However, just as everyone was worrying, such a voice suddenly spread. Such a statement was like a reassuring pill, and it made countless living beings energized. Their hearts were filled with endless hope. "That's right! That is the desolate country's Rock Emperor. He is the Rock Emperor of all living beings in this world. He will never fall. Even if he really falls, I believe that he has the ability to be reborn on the spot." Then, such a statement was heard again. It was powerful and resonant. Such words aroused the most fervent hope in all the living beings' hearts. Yes, who was the purple-robed young man? That was their Rock Emperor, the supreme existence in the hearts of all living beings in this world. This supremacy did not simply come from his powerful cultivation. Instead, it came from the impression he had planted in the hearts of countless living beings. More importantly, it came from everyone's will. Du Xiaofu had created too many miracles and shocked the world again and again. At this very moment, they believed that the violet-robed young man would be able to accomplish it once more. Once he awoke, not only would he be a supreme existence in this world, but he would also be a peak existence in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. As living beings of Shenwu world, we cannot do anything for the Rock Emperor, but we can pray for him and hope that he will be able to resolve this calamity as soon as possible. The fiend ancestor isn't dead yet. In the future war, he might need our help. At this time, we should cultivate with all our strength and wait for the Rock Emperor to return. This time, I will fight alongside the Rock Emperor. The previous clash with the demons was because our Shenwu world was too weak, unable to help the great Rock Emperor and the 3,000 boundless worlds. But we still have time. If we miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. In the end, quite a number of creatures were filled with rage. Everyone agreed that the Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu, would not die completely. One day, he would appear in front of the world as an absolute powerhouse and lead all the powerhouses to declare war on the demon race. Previously, under the arrangements of the 3,000 boundless worlds ruler, Lu Xiaoyu, countless powerhouses from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds fought their way into the 18 layers of hell. However, the living beings of Shenwu world were sadly absent. All of this was because their cultivations were too weak and they did not have enough time to grow. But now, it was different. The fiend ancestor was not dead and the Rock Emperor's situation was unknown. They had a new opportunity. Many living beings made up their minds to train hard and increase their strength. When the Rock Emperor returns, they will once again follow behind him and attack the 33 heavens. They will march towards the demon race and start a bloody war, just like how they fought against the devil religion all those years ago. They will contribute their own strength. With these thoughts, Shenwu world, after the initial shock and uneasiness, once again returned to peace. No one was overly worried because they all believed that the Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu, would one day return to the world and shock the world. However, this situation, to the people of the Huang country, was a bit too extravagant. Even though they had high hopes, they knew the severity of the situation. The fiend ancestor made his move. He shot out a ball of chaos origin and directly attacked Du Xiaofu's body, causing unimaginable damage to him. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3,000 boundless worlds ruler, Lu Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have disappeared for so long. When he came to Shenwu world and entered the Du family's ancestral hall, he didn't even have time to say hello. It was obvious how bad the situation was. Martial ancestor, don't worry. Let's wait for father to come out first. Lu Yuxiao looked at Yu Qian, who was pacing back and forth outside the Du family's ancestral hall, and comforted him. That's right, martial ancestor. If father still hasn't come out, it means that martial Uncle Du's situation is not that bad. You should rest first. Lu Xiang also spoke up, not wanting to see his martial ancestor so worried. At this moment, Yu Qian seemed to have suddenly aged a few thousand years. His entire spirit was somewhat tired, but he could not hide his anxiety. Hearing Lu Yuxiao and Lu Xiang speak to him, the old man squeezed out a stiff smile at his two grand disciples as a response, and then continued pacing back and forth. Du Tingxian, Jinqing Chen, Jialo Jiayu, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the other powerhouses all had worried expressions on their faces. The pressure in their hearts was no less than Yu Qian's, but they all suppressed it. Everyone was concerned about Du Xiaofu's current state. They only wanted Lu Xiaoyu to come out of the ancestral hall as soon as possible and inform them of the situation. Waiting like this was indeed a great torture. The demon ancestor's strength was no longer the same as before. After many years of recovery, he could fight with Lu Xiaoyu like crazy, and not be at a disadvantage at all. At the last moment, He even used a mysterious power to attack Lu Xiaoyu, and then attack Du Xiaofu, which was why he was injured. It was conceivable that in this world, other than Lu Xiaoyu, there was no one who could survive the demon ancestor's full-strength attack. If Lu Xiaoyu didn't act in time and didn't care about his own injuries, Du Xiaofu would definitely be dead. Sigh. After a long time, Yu Yuqian let out a sigh, found a step in front of the ancestral hall, and sat down. In the early years, no one would have expected the situation to be like this. The battle with the demons had always been under Lu Xiaoyu's arrangement, and they had already reached the last step, facing the demon ancestor. Who would have thought that at the last moment, Du Xiaofu would be injured, and it was difficult to know whether he was dead or alive. As Yu Yuqian quieted down, no one spoke for a long time. Most people stood quietly in front of the Du family's ancestral hall, quietly waiting. Many people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they still tried their best to remain calm. They didn't want to bring more negative emotions to others because of themselves. Under such circumstances, a few days passed. Finally, on this day, there was a sudden movement in the Du family's ancestral hall. Then, everyone saw that before the door opened, a figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of them. Father Xiaoyu! Seeing this figure appear, everyone swarmed forward and surrounded him in the center, looking at him fervently. That's right, the figure that appeared was Lu Xiaoyu. However, he was not in a good state at this time, and there was no spirit on his face, as if he had suffered a very serious consumption. The green clothes on Lu Xiaoyu's body were also wrinkled, showing off his exhausted state. He was expressionless as his gaze swept across the crowd, and said, "Everyone is here! Xiaoyu, are you okay? How's your junior brother Xiaofu?" Yu Yuqian's eyes lit up at the first moment, and he immediately rushed to Lu Xiaoyu's side in a few big steps, asking 2 questions in succession. Lu Xiaoyu's condition was not very good at this time, which made Yu Yuqian's heart ache. However, his concern for Du Xiaofu's life and death also made him urgently want to know the result. Not only Yu Yuqian, but all the powerhouses were looking at Lu Xiaoyu with burning eyes, their eyes full of anticipation. Facing the fervent gazes, Lu Xiaoyu's mouth twitched as if he wanted to give a smile, but under the endless exhaustion, he finally restrained himself and said softly, "Junior brother's situation is still unclear. I tried my best to save his life for the time being, but if he wants to recover, he has to rely on himself." Lu Xiaoyu exhaled, then continued, "But the Du family's sarcophagus is an extraordinary item. Perhaps it can bring unimaginable help to my junior brother, which is why I came directly to Xinwu World. I was in a hurry before, so I didn't inform everyone from the Huang country." As he spoke, everyone at the scene perked up their ears and listened carefully. Lu Xiaoyu's words calmed everyone down a little, and they were no longer as anxious as before. However, at the same time, they understood that Lu Xiaoyu had done his best and was about to use up all of his energy to temporarily save Du Xiaofu's life. To truly dissolve the demon ancestor's chaotic energy and recover his life, it all depended on Du Xiaofu's willpower. "Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. What are the chances of Du Xiaofu waking up?" Out of everyone, the most anxious person was, without a doubt, Yu Yuqian. He looked at his disciple in front of him, and did not hide the worry in his heart. However, his question caused Lu Xiaoyu to reveal a bitter smile. "Master," it had been many years since Lu Xiaoyu felt so helpless. However, under Yu Yuqian's bright eyes he spoke the truth. "If there are no other accidents, my junior brother's hope of waking up." He suddenly paused, and after a while, he continued, "I'm afraid it's very slim." As soon as he said that, there was a dead silence. Everyone had just let go of some of their worries, but at this time, they were once again in their throats. Under normal circumstances, the chances of Du Xiaofu waking up again were very slim. These words came from the mouth of the master of the 3,000 great worlds. As the strongest existence in the world, his words naturally represented the highest authority, and it was enough to convince everyone. Therefore, in an instant, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Junqing Chun, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the rest of the people from the desolate nation felt their hearts grow heavier. As for Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Zijing, Du Xiaoman, Dong Li Qingqing, and the other ladies, their eyes turned red. Yu Yuqian's old face became even more solemn, as if he had suffered the heaviest blow. His face was very ugly. Everyone, don't be anxious. I'm only talking about normal circumstances. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Xiaoyu immediately added, the Du family sarcophagus is not normal. It has many more secrets, and even I can't completely see through it. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much for now. Let's just wait quietly. I believe that a miracle will happen. In the following time, I will stay in Shenwu World and keep an eye on Junior Brother's movements until he truly wakes up. Lu Xiaoyu said solemnly to all the powerhouses present. In reality, it wasn't hard for them to hear that Lu Xiaoyu was comforting them. Maybe the truth was, as he said, that the Du family's sarcophagus was an extremely mystical item. But for Du Xiaofu to completely recover with its help, it would be an extremely difficult task. However, since Lu Xiaoyu said so, everyone naturally had a little more confidence. A Dao carrier realm powerhouse staying in Shenwu World to keep an eye on Du Xiaofu's situation was also a bit more reassuring. Everyone, let's leave this place first. I'll send someone to guard this place. Du Tingxian said at this time to the powerhouses from the 3,000 great worlds. After saying that, he ordered people to make some arrangements in the desolate country's imperial palace to arrange a place for these powerhouses to stay. After all, they were guests from the outside world, and they had a faint relationship with Shenwu World. Naturally, they had to be treated well. But because of Du Xiaofu's matter, Du Tingxian didn't have the time to make arrangements. Everything has been arranged. Everyone, please go. In fact, a few days ago, Iwuming, Murong, and the others had already made arrangements for this, so they immediately signaled for Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Jingyun, Yu Yuqian, and the others to go. Let's go. Outside the Du family's ancestral hall, many powerhouses slowly left. Only Jinqin Chun, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing stayed behind to guard this place. Time passed slowly. The people of the desolate country had pinned their hopes on the Du family's sarcophagus. Lu Xiaoyu had said that the sarcophagus was a very terrifying object. Even he couldn't see through all the subtleties within it. This puzzled Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and the others. They knew that the stone coffin was indeed extraordinary. It was something left behind by the ancestor of the Du family, who possessed the body of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, it had saved Du Xiaofu's life when he had died the last time. But this was what everyone couldn't understand the most. When the Du family's ancestor was at his strongest, he was only equivalent to the current divine seizing realm. Not to mention Lu Xiaoyu, who was in the carrier realm, he was far inferior to the current Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and the others. With such strength, the relic left behind was so extraordinary that it could make the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds feel that it was unfathomable. It was hard to believe. Could it be that the body of the heavenly way of the Du family's ancestor had fused with the power of the laws of this world to create such an extraordinary object? No matter how they thought about it, this was probably the only reason that made sense. The Du family wanted to ask Lu Xiaoyu about it in person. However, he had exhausted too much energy to save Du Xiaofu. After leaving the Du family's ancestral hall, he immediately went into secluded meditation to recover. Everything slowly calmed down. Although everyone was full of worry for Du Xiaofu, they did not show it too obviously during these days. They were just anxious in their hearts. One day, not long after, Shenwu World was once again bustling with activity. So many strong cultivators from the 33 heavens have come to Shenwu World, so many great forces and great inheritances have come. Yes, many strong cultivators from the 33 heavens had come to Shenwu World, to the desolate country. They had come to check on Yuqing Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu's situation. If there were so many strong cultivators, the impact on the people of Shenwu World would be too great. They had never seen hundreds of meditative realm cultivators and hundreds of thousands of immortal realm cultivators. Everyone was shocked as they arranged for these people to stay in the Stone City. However, what was even more shocking was that the experts who had rushed over had all brought along numerous precious medicines. The Supreme Changrong Heavenly Yuqing Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor, Daluo Heaven's Great Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu, was the one who led the experts of the 33 Heavens on a campaign against the Devil race, establishing illustrious military exploits. We have given him some of our treasures. Hopefully, they will be of some use to him. An old man in the meditative realm handed over a treasure box to Du Tingxian and sighed. He was the ancestor of the Supreme Changrong Heaven's strongest force, the Huanchu Holy Ground. Behind him was Su Mo Yen. This, Du Tingxian took the box. After inspecting it, he was shocked. He was unable to see through the exact grade of the item within the treasure box, but with his cultivation, he was able to discover that it was a terrifying and monstrous item. Instantly, he refused. This is too precious. We can't accept it. With Lu Jingyan and the others' advice, Du Tingxian finally understood how precious the treasures in the box were. They were rare treasures that couldn't be found in the entire 33 heavens. He couldn't accept such a precious treasure. Yu Qing Divine Emperor's father, you should accept it. Don't decline. At this time, the ancestor from the True Yen Holy Ground spoke. The demon ancestor is not dead yet. All the living beings of the 33 heavens are still waiting for the Yu Qing Divine Emperor to return and kill him. Even if these treasures can only be of a little use to the Yu Qing Divine Emperor, it is worth it. Chapter 2971. The forgotten ancestor of the True Yen Holy Land was an ordinary-looking old man. He looked at Du Tingxian with sincerity as he spoke. The experts beside him nodded in agreement with his words. Take it. Although these things are treasures, they are insignificant compared to the life of the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. We just want to do what we can to help him. I don't expect these treasures to be of great use, but even if they can help the Yu Qing Godly Emperor a little, I'm willing to sacrifice everything in the 33 heavens for them. That's right. Everyone in the 33 heavens hopes that the Rock Emperor of the Daluotian can wake up and kill the Demon Lord. Countless lives have placed their hopes on him. Plus, these things can only be used as icing on the cake. They can't be used to help him in his hour of need. What a pity! One by one, the experts spoke to Du Tingxian. Since they came to Shenwu World, their goal was to visit Du Xiaofu. Every force brought along a large amount of treasures to help the young Yu Qing Divine Emperor. Just as the elites had said, everything they were doing was not just because of their respect for Du Xiaofu, but because the demon ancestor's existence really did need him. Without Du Xiaofu, the demon lord couldn't be killed. This was something everyone knew. Under these circumstances, even if the 33 heavens gathered all their resources to save the purple-robed young man, it would be worth it. This, Du Tingxian was very touched. He didn't expect the people of the 33 heavens to be so passionate. However, at the same time, he felt troubled. Because if he accepted these things, they wouldn't be of much use to Du Xiaofu. Just as he was feeling conflicted, a voice came out of nowhere. It echoed throughout the stone city of the desolate country and traveled into everyone's ears. I will accept everyone's kindness on behalf of my junior. If junior brother is able to wake up in the future, these things will indeed be of great use. Many people were familiar with this voice. It was Lu Xiaoyu, the lord of the 3,000 sectors. He was in seclusion, but he was still paying attention to the commotion here. He could not help but speak to everyone. Within the crowd, Du Tingxian also heard Lu Xiaoyu's sound transmission. The treasures brought by the powerhouses of the 33 heavens won't be able to play a critical role in junior apprentice brother's cultivation. But if he can recover, he will need a massive amount of treasures to assist him. After receiving these things, place them near the Du family's ancestral hall. After some time, I will engrave a formation in case of emergency. Hearing this, Du Tingxian nodded and said seriously to the many experts of the 33 heavens. He no longer refused and put everyone's gifts into his Qianquan bag one by one. Since Lu Xiaoyu had already said so, Du Tingxian naturally did not dare to be negligent. All of this was related to his son's future recovery. No matter what, they had to make all the preparations in advance and wait for that day to come. The people of the Du family accepted the treasures from the 33 heavens powerhouses. Then, hundreds of thousands of people quickly left this world. Sigh, who would have thought that everything would go so smoothly? But, at the final moment, such an unforeseen event would occur. As they left, many powerhouses of the 3 sights and 3 heavens sighed with emotion. In the 18 levels of hell, they had experienced a series of fierce battles and terrifying collisions with the demon race. The situation had changed several times. In the end, after the Lord of the 3,000 sectors, Lu Xiaoyu, returned, everything finally calmed down. All that was left was to kill the demon ancestor. Then, they would be able to obtain complete victory. However, the demon ancestor's sudden attack had led to a result that was beyond everyone's expectations. Now, all they could hope for was that Du Xiaofu could recover as soon as possible. During this time, the demon ancestor would not kill his way into the 33 heavens. Otherwise, all their efforts over the years would have been in vain. Everyone from the 33 heavens left, and the divine martial world became much more peaceful. The countless living beings in this world were all cultivating. At this time, all of them were fully immersed in their cultivation. Everyone wanted to raise their strength to a higher level. The people of the Huang country also slowly accepted everything. After all, Du Xiaofu was not truly dead. As long as Lu Xiaoyu did not leave, it meant that there was still hope for him. Time flowed like water, and the years flew by quickly. Unknowingly, 3 years of time passed by quickly. On this day, 3 years later, the Du family's ancestral shrine was in the same state as before. However, Lu Xiaoyu came out of seclusion and went in to investigate again. When he came out, he was surrounded by everyone. "Let's talk somewhere else. I have some other things to tell everyone." Lu Xiaoyu did not immediately tell everyone about Du Xiaofu's current situation. Instead, he said this. Then, under the lead of Du Tingxian and the others, everyone entered the largest hall in the palace. They either stood or sat. "Xiaoyu, tell us about Xiaofu's situation first." Yu Yuqian was the most urgent. He first spoke about what he was most concerned about. Du Xiaofu and Lu Xiaoyu were both his favorite students. He did not want to see anything happen to Du Xiaofu. "Junior's situation is still the same. Not much has changed." Lu Xiaoyu did not hide anything and said, "The demon ancestor's attack used his own chaos origin. It hurt Junior's body and primordial spirit. The result of my investigation just now is no different from before. His primordial spirit is almost completely destroyed, and his physical body is also damaged to the extreme. Even the mark he carved himself has been erased. What is left is only a trace of his true spirit. He is barely hanging on to his life." Now that he had recovered, he explained to everyone in detail for the first time. Through Lu Xiaoyu's departure, everyone finally knew that Du Xiaofu's physical body and primordial spirit had been destroyed by the demon ancestor's surprise attack almost instantly. Luckily, Lu Xiaoyu made a move in time and saved his life. However, in this life, there was still the demon ancestor's power that could take his life at any time. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoyu brought Du Xiaofu back to Xinwu world and placed him in the stone coffin in the Du clan's ancestral temple, hoping for a miracle. Only a trace of his true spirit is intact. In other words, Du Xiaofu has almost no consciousness right now. If that's the case, it will be extremely difficult for him to recover with his own strength. Lu Jingyun furrowed his brows and asked worriedly. He was not lying. Du Xiaofu had lost all of his power. His primordial spirit was not left behind, and all traces of his Tao had been erased. Without consciousness, no matter how much power Lu Xiaoyu used, it would be difficult for him to fight against the demon ancestor's chaos origin. This was a dead knot that was very difficult to untie. If external forces were to be used to forcefully untie it, then the slightest carelessness would not only fail to help Du Xiaofu, it would even harm him and cause him to completely lose the chance to recover. If that was the case, then it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, everything still depends on Junior Brother himself. Even though only a trace of his true spirit is intact, his consciousness is still there. I hope he has the strongest willpower, and can break through this cage. Lu Xiaoyu softly sighed and said. Although that was what he said, the reason why he sighed was precisely because of this. All hope rested on Du Xiaofu himself. But at the same time, even if he had an extremely weak consciousness, he was unable to unleash powerful strength. If he rashly resisted the origin of chaos of the fiend ancestor, he might be reduced to ashes if he was careless. Because of this, Lu Xiaoyu said from the beginning that the hope was very slim. But there is one thing. Du Xiaofu controls the heavenly path of this world, which is the rules and order of the Tao. As long as he recovers, he can use the power here to recover himself. With the power of a world to rely on, suppressing the demon ancestor's power of the origin of the great path should not be difficult. Lu Jingyan thought for a moment, then gently frowned and said as such. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Du Xiaofu was the strongest existence in this realm. He was a god here. Under the circumstances of controlling the heavenly path, even the demonic ancestor would not be able to do anything to him. This was mainly because of Shenwu world's origin. It was a great world created by Lord Daluo. In the ancient times, even the demon ancestor coveted it, and wanted to take it to deal with Pangu. That's true, but the prerequisite is that Du Xiaofu can recover enough of his consciousness. At the side, Lu Yuxiao took over the conversation and said, although this was a bit hurtful, it was the truth. If Du Xiaofu could not recover some of his strength, then everything was just empty talk. He could indeed use the power of Shenwu world, but the prerequisite was that he had the power to use it. No matter how much we talk here, it won't help. Xiaoyu, don't you have something else to say? What is it? At this time, the Holy Great Emperor opened his mouth and asked everyone in the hall. He didn't want to see everyone here in low spirits, so he had to change the topic. Hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyu nodded and said, It's about the demon ancestor. I've decided to enter the 18 layers of hell again and see how he's doing now. I'm still worried. I feel like something is wrong. At the last moment of the battle, the demon ancestor suddenly used a terrifying power from the deepest part of the 18 layers to push him back, giving him a chance to deal with Du Xiaofu. Lu Xiaoyu felt that the power the demon ancestor should not have had. Even if he had recovered many years ago, he could not be so terrifying. Otherwise, all of this shouldn't have escaped his control. Father, are you saying that the demon ancestor's power comes from somewhere else? Lu Jingyun raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. In the entire 33 heavens, the 3,000 great worlds, and the 18 layers of hell, there was no place in this world that his father could not detect. This was completely illogical. However, his father's intuition should not be wrong. He had been planning for many years to deal with the demon ancestor. When the first primordial spirit of the demon ancestor escaped from the 18 layers of hell and transformed into a demon god, he had already begun to plan after the fierce battle in Shenwu world. All of these preparations could not be said to be insufficient. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds would not have been able to destroy all of the demon race's troops so easily. Lu Jingyun could not help but suspect that there might really be some special place in this world that could escape his father's detection and then be used by the demon ancestor. If such a place really existed, it would be an extremely bad thing. I have such a speculation, but everything needs to be investigated on the spot to gain anything. Lu Xiaoyu also furrowed his brows and said. It was with such a plan in mind that he summoned everyone to the main hall for a discussion. Since the demon ancestor has such a method, it must be something very terrifying. Xiaoyu, will you be in any danger this time? The Holy Great Emperor was a little worried and asked. If the demon ancestor could mobilize such power once, he might be able to mobilize it a second time. No one knew if the method used the second time would be more terrifying than the first time. If Lu Xiaoyu entered the place where the demon ancestor was cultivating in seclusion again to investigate, he might really face great danger. This is hard to say for the time being, but no matter how dangerous it is, I must go. Lu Xiaoyu opened his mouth again and said to everyone. Fortunately, after the demon ancestor attacked last time, he was severely injured. It is impossible for him to recover in just a few years. Even if he can attack again, I should be able to handle it. At the end of the last battle, Lu Xiaoyu had mobilized the power of the entire Starry Sky formation to crush the demon ancestor. In addition, the demon ancestor had rashly used such a terrifying method to repel him. After a few rounds, his consumption was terrifying and his strength was greatly damaged again. It would take many years for him to recover. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyu was confident that he could deal with any unexpected situation. Since you have already made your decision, I can't say anything. However, you must be careful this time and come back in one piece. The Holy Great Emperor looked at Lu Xiaoyu and reminded him. This disciple's cultivation was far above his own, but as his elder, the Holy Great Emperor still couldn't be at ease. That's right. Xiaoyu, you must be careful. I can't help you much, but I still hope that you can enjoy your life. Yu Yuqian patted Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder and said earnestly. He said that he wanted to enjoy Lu Xiaoyu's life, but the most important thing was naturally his own safety. Right now, one of the two disciples that he was most proud of, Du Xiaofu, was already unconscious and it was difficult to determine whether he was dead or alive. If something happened to Lu Xiaoyu, Yu Yuqian couldn't imagine how he would live on. Don't worry, master! Faced with the concern of his two masters, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled and said to them. Then, Uncle Lu, when do you plan to leave? On the side, Longfault spoke again and asked. Junior brother's condition shouldn't have any big changes in a short period of time. I should leave immediately and try to return as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu said, and then added. But before I leave, I will set up a formation outside the Du family's ancestral hall and place the treasures sent by the people of the 33 heavens there, in case I need them. Du Xiaofu might need his help at any time, and his condition was still relatively stable. Perhaps it would be difficult for there to be any changes in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyu's plan was very simple, and that was to go and return quickly. No matter what, he couldn't delay Du Xiaofu's matter. At this moment, he only wanted to make a rough investigation and obtain some useful information. All right. Hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, everyone nodded. After that, the group of people chatted in the hall for a while. Then, Lu Xiaoyu returned to the Du family's ancestral hall and began to set up the formation. Complex patterns of the great Tao were engraved by him. They were branded in the void and intertwined with the formless power of this realm. Du Tingxian took out his Jiankun bag, which contained the treasures sent by the powerhouses of the 33 heavens. He also gave them to Lu Xiaoyu and placed them in various places of the formation. This formation could not affect Du Xiaofu's recovery, but once he truly began to recover, he would be able to absorb an endless amount of energy. Although these treasures are all extraordinary, they're still like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. I'm afraid that when Junior Brother recovers, it will affect the overall situation of the Xinwu world. Lu Xiaoyu silently sighed and was quite worried, but he did not say anything to the others. Du Xiaofu himself controlled the formless laws and order of the Xinwu world. His injuries were bound to be related to this world. So far, a few years had passed, but nothing had changed. But once he begins to recover more of his consciousness, he will need an endless amount of energy to replenish himself. This will cause an endless amount of energy to surge towards him, and cause the Xinwu world to wither. Although these treasures were far from enough, they would still be of some use to him. Junior Brother, as the controller of the Xinwu world and with the most unique bloodline, the power of this world can be used by you. You have to hold on. As long as your consciousness recovers a bit, there will be hope. Lu Xiaoyu kept muttering to himself. However, he was the only one who could hear these words. Otherwise, many experts would have been astonished because of the phrase, the most unique bloodline, that he had just mentioned. I'll be going first. After the formation was completed and everything was arranged, Lu Xiaoyu called out to the experts. Then, he disappeared from where he was. Father, be careful. Xiaoyu, be careful. Ruler of the 3,000 worlds, be careful. One by one, the powerhouses warned him. They knew very well that Lu Xiaoyu could hear them. They looked at the calm void of space and stood still for a long time. Chapter 2972. Lu Xiaoyou's departure did not cause much of a stir. Only the people of the desolate country knew about it. As for Yu Qian, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Kei, Long Su, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and Long San, who came from the 3,000 boundless worlds, they settled down in Shenwu World. Now that the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were fine, there was no need for them to run around. They only needed to wait here for Lu Xiaoyou's return, or even for Du Xiaofu's reawakening. The living beings in this world quieted down a lot, and the people of the desolate country slowly accepted everything. Although everyone was still worried about Du Xiaofu, there was no point in being anxious. The most important thing now was to work hard to increase their cultivation, so that when the demon ancestor appeared again, they could lead the Shenwu world to battle. Although this Shenwu world was created by Lord Daluo, it had experienced the ancient war. For many years, it could only be considered a small world. But even so, even Father didn't see through all the secrets of this world. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Kei, Long Su, Chu Daoju, and the other experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds began to wander around Shenwu world. In addition, Fui Bai, Crazy Ol, and the other experts who had stayed in this world for many years were also deeply moved. Compared to the past, the current Shenwu world had changed too much. The concept of the 3 continents and Kyushu world was long gone. The scale of each faction had expanded rapidly, and their strength was many times stronger than before. Among the various factions, the most outstanding ones were naturally the ones with the deepest foundations. Leaving aside the special existence of the desolate country, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, Ancient Heaven Sect, Tianwu Academy, Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan, Phoenix Clan, and the former overlords of Kyushu World were also much more prosperous than before. In just a few thousand years, less than 10,000 years, this world has changed so much. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to imagine it. Fuibai sighed, but at the same time, he felt gratified. All of this was all thanks to Du Xiaofu. It was because of his existence that this world's change. Of course, all the powerhouses were overjoyed at this. Shenwu world becoming more and more prosperous was something they were happy to see. Xiao Yu, Du Xiaofu's existence. Du's, or rather, Du Xiaofu's existence, it's Du S Xiaofu. Chu Daoju said. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people all cast their gazes on him, as if saying in their hearts at the same time, "So you think so too?" Is Du's Lu's was lots Lu's Lu Du's was Lu Du's in's ancestral ancestral when SS. Was SS did's S, but it wasn't hard for them to tell that Lu Xiaofu knew more, he just didn't want to tell them. However, no one was unhappy about this. Since Lu Xiaoyu had concealed it, he must have his reasons. All secrets will be revealed one day, and we will know everything. Ling Feng said, then changed the topic. I hope Du Xiaofu wakes up soon. Not only do we have to deal with the demon ancestor, I also want to see how far Shenwu's world can grow in the future. He was looking forward to it. Shenwu's world was Daluo heaven. If this world could grow to its limit, it wouldn't be any weaker than the 3,000 great worlds. But if Du Xiaofu wanted to reach that step, it wouldn't be easy. At the very least, he would need to reach the same cultivation as Daluo heaven. I hope that guy wakes up soon. Now, not only the living beings of this world, but also the people of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds are waiting for that day. Long San said. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything else. They continued to wander around Shenwu's world as if they were sightseeing. For Fui Bai, Crazy Ol, and the other experts who had lived in Shenwu's world for many years, then went to the 33 heavens and now came back for the first time, the huge changes in this world brought them an unimaginable shock. The living beings of this world couldn't even break through to the Saint Realm in the past. It was only after the tomb of the heavenly path appeared that the seal on the ancient desolation continent was removed that the heavenly path's power was released a little, but it was still very powerful. It was only when the demon god died in battle and Du Xiaofu came back from the dead that most of the suppression was released. After that they left this world. At that time, the world didn't change much. Everything was revealed after Du Xiaofu took control of the heavenly path and went to the 33 heavens. His cultivation soared day by day. And now, the immortal realm was no longer something unimaginable for the living beings here. Those who had a deep foundation and stood at the top of this world had a large number of immortal realm experts. Even other than these superforces, many first and second-rate forces also had several immortal realm experts. There were even more true severing and seizing divinity realms. The originally unattainable Saint realm, which was the returning void realm, could be described as everywhere. Their overall strength had increased by more than 10,000 times compared to before. Such a huge change was astonishing, causing everyone to exclaim in admiration. Lu Jingyun, Chu Daoju, and the others didn't wander around Shenwu's world for too long. They returned to the desolate country. During this time, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaojing, Jialo Jiuyu, Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, and the others from the desolate country all went into seclusion and cultivated wholeheartedly. As the strongest group of people in the desolate country, they couldn't do anything in the face of Du Xiaofu's unknown situation. The only thing they could do now was to focus on their own cultivation. They didn't care too much about anything else. The desolate country had Yuwuming, Murong Yuruo, and the prosperous Du family disciples to take care of all kinds of trivial matters. The higher-ups didn't need to worry too much. Because of this, these people wholeheartedly immersed themselves in their seclusion and didn't care about worldly affairs. The entire Shenwu world suddenly quieted down. The strong cultivators of the various forces all went into seclusion and cultivated wholeheartedly. Everything seemed to have returned to the state of a few years ago. How scary! Du Xiaofu still hasn't shown any signs of movement. I don't know when Xiaoyu will return. Yu ran to the Du family's ancestral shrine a dozen times a day. From time to time, he wanted to release the power of his primordial spirit to check on Du Xiaofu's movements. However, under the isolation of Lu Xiaoyu's seal, he couldn't pry into it no matter what. Du Xiaofu's situation made Yu Qian worried, but over the past few years, his mood had gradually calmed down. The old man could only watch helplessly, waiting for Du Xiaofu to finally wake up. At the same time, he was worried for his other disciple, Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu went to check on the demon ancestor's movements. He could only hope that nothing unexpected happened. The demon ancestor, whether it was before or after the creation of heaven and earth, was always the strongest. There were only a handful of existences, and they were all at the enchanting realm. After all, without standing at such a height, no one could say for sure what kind of unknown abilities the enchanting realm had. Also, as long as Lu Xiaoyu returned, he would definitely be able to find out about Du Xiaofu's current situation. That way, Yu Qian would feel more at ease. Sigh. After a long while, Yu Qian let out a sigh. He found a nearby step and sat down. His pair of slightly muddy old eyes were filled with deep anticipation. He stared at the door of the Du family's ancestral shrine, hoping to see some movement from there. He just sat like that for a very long time. At this time, in the Du family's ancestral shrine, the stone coffin was placed there quietly. The stone coffin lid was tightly closed, separating the inside and outside of the stone coffin into two different worlds. At this time, there was a colorful light cocoon in the coffin, flowing with mysterious energy waves. This was the means that Lu Xiaoyu had laid down with all his strength. It could temporarily delay Du Xiaofu's life, so that he would not be annihilated into dust and become nothingness. Waves of energy kept circulating and transmitting, and finally, all of it poured into the center of the light cocoon. There was only a trace of extremely weak vitality left. Du Xiaofu's physical body and primordial spirit did not exist at all. This trace of vitality was also the last trace of Du Xiaofu's life. However, at this time, it was in a state where it did not have any consciousness. The most abrupt thing was that on such a small trace of vitality, there was a blood-red light clinging to it. It was constantly trying to devour Du Xiaofu's last trace of vitality, making it completely disappear from heaven and earth. This was the demon Alpha's primal chaos power, and it was suppressing Du Xiaofu's body. Fortunately, the light cocoon that Lu Xiaoyu had laid down was pouring in a large amount of energy, and it was constantly consuming the power of the blood-red light. It was like a tug of war, and it was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu had made a move, which was why he could control the flow of energy so precisely. It only affected the demon Alpha's primal chaos power, and it did not cause any harm to Du Xiaofu's body. One could imagine that if Lu Xiaoyu's strength had been slightly weaker, it would have been difficult to find such a perfect balance between the two of them. He would not have been able to ensure the survival of Du Xiaofu's life. Under such circumstances, Du Xiaofu's last trace of vitality was in an unmoving state, and the power of Lu Xiaoyu and the demon Alpha were constantly entangled. It was a very dangerous and tight confrontation. In a short period of time, such a balance would be difficult to break. Unless Du Xiaofu could awaken more consciousness and be able to use his own power, or borrow power to completely wipe out the demon Alpha's primal chaos power. Time quickly passed under such circumstances, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. In these dozens of years, the Shenwu world was indescribably peaceful. Most of the powerhouses were in closed-door cultivation. Of course, Du Tingxian and the others in the Huang country would occasionally visit Du Xiaofu when they were in closed-door cultivation. Yu Yuqian, on the other hand, did not need to cultivate at all. He was completely guarding, and the dozens of years felt like a day. His talent was limited, and his current cultivation relied on countless treasures. He did not have a strong concept of the passage of time, and he did not need to think about how to increase his strength. No matter how hard he tried, he knew that it would be difficult for him to break through again. However, in these dozens of years, there were often powerhouses from the 33 skies and the 3,000 sectors who came to visit Du Xiaofu. Among them, there were many who were warmly received by the Huang country. One of them was Yu Yuqian's son, Du Xiaofu's senior brother, the founder of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, and the previous Divine Emperor Yu Taiyan. Many years ago, Yu Taiyan left the 3,000 sectors and came to the 33 skies to establish the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. He wanted to train himself and increase his strength. After being stuck at the peak of the 9th sky of Immortal Realm for many years, he resolutely handed over the Divine Kingdom to Du Xiaofu. Then, he went on his way again to find a new opportunity to break through. When he appeared again, he was in the Shenwu world. And today, he had successfully broken through the meditative realm, and became one of the strongest existences in all the worlds. Yu Yuyan's return, and the great increase in his cultivation, caused a gratified smile to appear on Yu Yuqian's face. As for his only son, he also hoped that his son would become a dragon. He didn't want to be on the same level as Lu Xiaoyu and Du Xiaofu, but to be able to stand at the top was also an incomparably delightful thing. Other than Yu Yuqian, the arrival of another person also received the attention of all the strong practitioners. Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Long Ke, Long Su, and the other young people at the peak of the 3rd level of meditative oblivion also came before him respectfully, greeting him as a junior. The person who came was an elder in a black robe. His body was rough, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The light in his eyes shot out like stars, and the light around him spread out like a bright moon. Ancestor! Seeing the elder, Lu Jingyun, Lu Yuxiao, Lu Ying, Lu Cheng, and the other disciples of the Lu family bowed and greeted him respectfully. The Holy Great Emperor and Yu Yuqian also greeted him politely, and then entered a hall in the barren country together. Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchun, Du Yunlong, and the other strongest people of the barren country were all in seclusion. Only Yu Wuming, Muro Nyoro, and the other disciples of the Du family could receive them. "How is my disciple Xiaofu?" After the elder arrived, he directly asked this question. This question stunned all the powerhouses of the barren country for a while. How did their own rock emperor have another master? When did this happen? Everyone had heard of Yu Yuqian's existence, but they had never heard of this black-robed elder. However, under the careful introduction of Lu Jingyun and the others, Iwaming, Murong Yoro, and the other people of the barren country finally knew that the elder was called Duanmucheongtian, and he had the title of Sacred Hand Soul Emperor. Many years ago, before the lords of the 3,000 vast worlds and the dragon god hunted down the demon god, he had come to Shinwu world and left some opportunities here. Du Xiaofu had obtained them, and thus, they had become master and disciple. Du Xiaofu's beast-controlling skills, disguising skills, and so on all came from this elder in front of them. What surprised everyone the most was that Duanmucheongtian, like Yuqian, had not only taken Du Xiaofu as his disciple, but was also Lu Xiaofu's master. Before coming to Shinwu world, he had been in seclusion for many years in the 3,000 vast worlds, and finally broke through to the third level of meditative forgetfulness recently. This was another super powerhouse. Du Xiaofu's situation is still unclear. We can only find out the details of Xiaofu's plan when he returns. At the mention of Du Xiaofu, Yu Qian's eyes were still filled with worry as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, the hall fell silent. It was as if no one wanted to speak, and the entire hall was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. In the following period of time, everyone discussed some other matters in the hall, and then they all went their separate ways. Yu Taiyan did not stay in Shinwu world for too long. After he broke through to meditative forgetfulness, he heard about the news of the battle and Du Xiaofu's current situation, and directly rushed here. It had been thousands of years since he returned to Yuqing Divine Kingdom, and he planned to go back and take a look. He had not seen Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others in a long time, and Yu Taiyan missed his 7 children very much. The 3 of us will go with you. You can tell us some of your thoughts on breaking through to meditative forgetfulness. Before Yu Taiyan left, Chu Daoju, Long San, and Ling Feng stood in front of him and said. Before Yu Taiyan left, they were slightly stronger than the other party, but now, they had been left far behind. Breaking through to meditative forgetfulness had nothing to do with talent or hard work. It was more dependent on luck and sudden enlightenment. It was like looking for an opportunity everywhere, but you never knew when it would appear. Of course, with Yu Taiyan's success, they would gain a lot of enlightenment, and it would be good for them. Okay. Yu Taiyan nodded without hesitation, and then left Shinwu world with the 3 of them. On the other hand, Saint Han's Spirit Emperor Duanmucheongtian stayed in this world, as if he wanted to wait for Du Xiaofu to wake up. However, compared to Yu Qian, Duanmucheongtian was much calmer. Although he was anxious, he did not express it too much. Yu Taiyan's arrival and departure, and Duanmucheongtian staying behind, to Shinwu world and the Huang country, was only a small interlude. It did not cause too much of a stir. After these small things, Shinwu world returned to peace. Time passed, and time passed. Unknowingly, 100 years had passed since Lu Xiaoyu brought Du Xiaofu back to this world. In these 100 years, putting aside the worry for Du Xiaofu, many powerhouses who wanted to break through to meditative forgetfulness were blessed. They suddenly had a large number of meditative forgetfulness guardians. No matter how many questions they had about cultivation, they could ask them directly. Especially the people from the Huang country, they were given many treasures. Under such circumstances, a huge commotion was quietly brewing in this world. Chapter 2973. Shinwu world is destined to be extraordinary. Especially with the living beings here, they will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future, and countless powerhouses will emerge. For Lu Jingyun, the Holy Great Emperor, Duanmucheongtian, and the others, the minute changes were all under their observation. Feeling the waves of energy from the various powerhouses in Shinwu world, these powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds were all very surprised. It was not difficult for them to feel that there was a vast amount of energy circulating under the control of the living beings in Shinwu world. Because there were too many living beings cultivating at the same time, and all of them were showing signs of breaking through, the energy that was formed was incomparably majestic. Needless to say, at the end of the day, all of these movements would gather together and create the most terrifying movement, and the result would be the emergence of a large number of powerhouses. I wonder if anyone can break through meditative forgetfulness, Lu Jingyun muttered to himself. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously looked at Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Dongli Qingqing, and the others who were cultivating in seclusion. If one were to ask who was the most capable of breaking through meditative forgetfulness in this world, it could only be one of these people. Because Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao had obtained the power of inheritance left behind by Yuan Feng, they had become high-level immortal powerhouses thousands of years ago. Du Xiaojing and Dongli Qingqing had been cultivating in seclusion in Shenwu World and the 3,000 boundless worlds for many years, and their cultivation speed was also very fast. Besides Du Xiaofu, these few people were the most terrifying amongst the experts in this world, especially Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and the others. All of them had grasped numerous primordial laws. Once they broke through meditative forgetfulness, they would definitely amaze the world. That Du Yunlong, Jialo Jiuyu, Yi Piaoling, Chang Guyu, Jingqin Chun, and Master's father are all extraordinary people as well. If they want to break through meditative forgetfulness, it won't be difficult. Long Fault spoke, and said in such a manner. The people he named were all the strongest in Shenwu World, including Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin. When the battle against the devil religion began in the early years, it was these people who had stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm first and helped Du Xiaofu in the battle. If not for them, Du Xiaofu alone would not have been able to deal with everyone in the devil religion, including the devil god. This realm is improving. I really hope that Xiaofu can wake up soon and witness all of this. Yu Yuqian sighed softly again as he spoke. He could not sense the movements in the world, but when he heard the meditative experts mention it, he could not help but think of Du Xiaofu. As the days passed, the invisible changes in the Shenwu world continued. Even though it was hard for anyone to notice, many living beings could still feel the subtle changes. No one knew when it started, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to move on a large scale, as if it had turned into countless invisible dragons that swept across the world. Many immortal realm cultivators released their qi, resonating with each other and forming a mysterious force that traveled across the entire world. Between heaven and earth, the rules and order were also fluctuating, affected by this force and trembling. Such a change did not cause any obvious movement, but it invisibly transformed into a strange and indescribable power that wandered everywhere in the entire world. And the place where this force was the densest was, without a doubt, Huang Country. Streaks of mysterious force that could not be seen by the naked eye or primordial spirit traveled across the world, bringing with them a unique charm that made people feel refreshed. Under such circumstances, inside the stone coffin in the Du family's ancestral hall, Du Xiaofu's last sliver of life force suddenly trembled. Even though the outside was isolated by Lu Xiaoyou's seal, the changes in the Shenwu world still resonated with that sliver of life force. However, this resonance did not continue. After it appeared once, it went silent again and did not change for a long time. Other than the Shenwu world, the 33 heavens were actually calmer than before. Many factions that were busy fighting in the early years, after the war with the demons, all put away their thoughts of killing. In this era, no one was in the mood to fight to the death. There was nothing in this world that could incite a terrifying battle between them. After all, the demon ancestor was not dead yet. As long as that powerful cultivator who walked out of the chaos existed, he would always be a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head, making it hard for them to breathe. Under such circumstances, other than working hard to cultivate, there was nothing more attractive to people. All the grudges of the past had been set aside long ago. All the factions fell into silence, and countless powerful cultivators focused on cultivating. It could be said that the 33 heavens today was so calm that it was a little strange. It was not much different from the Shenwu world. Of course, there was only one place where the living beings were constantly in high spirits, not daring to relax for even a second. This place was the entrance to the divinity and demons battlefield, the place that was extremely close to the supreme Changrong heaven. The army of the 33 heavens had left long ago, but they left behind many people to guard this place, constantly monitoring the situation inside. As long as the demon ancestor was not dead, no one dared to let down their guard. The long saber that came from the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Shui Lu, stood at the opening, continuously releasing a domineering energy, constantly reminding everyone here that the threat of the demons had not been eliminated. The dragon god had told them to pay close attention to all movements, and to be ready for a new battle at any time. No one could say when the demon ancestor would wake up again and kill his way into the 33 heavens. The powerful cultivators of the 33 heavens who stayed here were all in high spirits, constantly patrolling, and occasionally changing people to do all this. At this time, what they hoped the most was that the Supreme Changrong Heavens Yuqing Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor, Daluo Heavens Rock Emperor, Du Xiaofu, would wake up soon and unite with the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, to fight the demon ancestor to the death, finally eliminating the world's greatest threat. Apart from that, everyone was also looking forward to something else in their hearts. The dragon god and the others had rescued 5 ancient vaults of Tao from the 18 layers of hell. If the 5 vaults of Tao could recover their peak strength, they would be a terrifying force. If the 5 vaults of Tao and Lu Xiaoyu worked together, they might be able to suppress the Devil Lord again. However, this was just a kind of hope. After countless years of consumption, the 5 guardians were like lamps that had run out of oil. Not to mention whether they could recover. Even if they could, how could it be something that could be achieved in thousands of years? If they really wanted to compare, the possibility of the 5 guardians fighting the demon ancestor in a short period of time was much smaller than Du Xiaofu's sudden return. However, this was still a thought that could provide a good amount of mental comfort. Apart from the 33 heavens and the divine martial world, in another place, Lu Xiaoyu had already entered the boundless starry sky. The array formed by countless stars had been slightly modified by him. In the previous battle with the demon ancestor, this array had trembled a little. After doing all this, he continued to search for the demon ancestor's current location. However, to Lu Xiaoyu's surprise, the chaotic light seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Without the 18 layers of hell as a carrier, it was difficult to find its specific location. You can't hide. No matter what other secrets you have, Luo Ho, I will dig them out one by one. Lu Xiaoyu whispered softly, his eyes as bright and dazzling as the stars. He carefully scanned everywhere, using the power of his primordial spirit to investigate. After spending dozens of years, the corner of his mouth finally revealed a smile. Then, his figure rushed towards a certain direction, as if he had already found his target. In the void, Lu Xiaoyu reached out and fiddled with it. Boundless power surged out, and the void seemed to be lifted by him like a curtain, revealing a blood-red light. Chaotic chi was released and permeated the air. This chaotic light was extremely vast. Not only was its aura profound and vast, but it also contained an extremely violent and murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. This was the place where the demon ancestor had recovered in the deepest part of the 18 layers of hell. After a long period of exploration, Lu Xiaoyu had finally found it again. Without thinking, the green-robed figure flashed, broke through the chaotic light, and entered inside. What entered his eyes was an endless blood-red color. It was as if he had been projected into a sea of blood, and the smell of blood surged. This feeling was very uncomfortable for ordinary people, but it was the foundation of the demon clan. The meaning of Luo Ho and the demon clan's existence was to kill. Only by killing could the demon clan grow and become more powerful in the boundless sea of blood. They needed to be surrounded by a powerful bloody and violent aura. That murderous aura was the best nourishment for the demon clan. Lu Xiaoyu went all the way and entered a very deep place, but it was difficult for him to find the demon ancestor's location. Waves of chaotic aura kept rolling around his body as if it was boiling. Lu Xiaoyu's primordial spirit released a 5-colored light from his body, completely protecting himself. His goal was very simple, which was to find the demon ancestor's location. Even if he couldn't interfere with it, he had to at least know the other party's current state. In addition, there might be a huge secret hidden there. I've finally found it! As he continued to move forward, Lu Xiaoyu used all his methods to search. Finally, at a certain moment, he found the demon ancestor's location. As he got closer, Lu Xiaoyu realized that the chaotic energy around him had suddenly disappeared. There was only nothingness left, and nothing existed. However, in the distance, the demon ancestor's figure appeared. That long and thin blood-red hair fluttered in the void, and a fierce bloody aura burst out. This is... When he saw the demon ancestor's figure, Lu Xiaoyu's pupils shrank. He saw that there were thick ribbons on the demon ancestor's body. They were like shackles that connected to a very deep place. He couldn't see where the other end of the ribbons was. And within the ribbons, there was a powerful energy that kept being transmitted into the demon ancestor's body. As time passed, his own strength continued to grow under such circumstances. This growth wasn't obvious, but after a long period of accumulation, it was extremely shocking. Lu Xiaoyu watched for a long time and didn't immediately move. He wanted to see what the ribbons were. But what was disappointing was that even though it was right in front of him, he couldn't completely understand its mystery. What an extraordinary place! It can actually increase the demon ancestor's energy and let him recover. It wasn't difficult for Lu Xiaoyu to realize that there was a very mysterious energy there, and the demon ancestor was relying on this energy to quickly recover his strength. It could be seen that Luo Ho's strength had increased a lot, and he was about to return to the state he was in when he fought with him last time. Lu Xiaoyu, I knew that you would find this place again. At that moment, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded and entered Lu Xiaoyu's ears. The voice came from the demon ancestor's direction. At that moment, the terrifying beast's body didn't open its eyes. It only spoke softly. Lu Xiaoyu's expression didn't change when he heard that. He said, "Since you knew that I would find you, why didn't you hide better?" As he spoke, he began to walk slowly in the void toward the demon ancestor. Although there were no energy fluctuations on his body, as he walked, he could faintly feel that the atmosphere was starting to become a little tense. Lu Xiaoyu and the demon ancestor were already at an impasse. It was already a miracle that they didn't fight directly there. "Humph! Do you really think that I would be afraid of you?" At that moment, the demon ancestor slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Xiaoyu. Then, he changed the topic and said, "How is it? That brat Du Xiaofu must be completely dead, right? Without him, who in this world can threaten me? Can you still count on Pan Gu? I'm afraid that he's still in an unknown situation, right?" As he spoke, Luo Ho's entire body emitted a fierce aura. He stared at Lu Xiaoyu as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. He was one of the gods and demons that walked out of the chaos. What made him different from other gods and demons was that his strength wasn't limited to brutal killing. Most importantly, he had an immortal body. In this world, the only person who could truly kill him was Du Xiaofu. Once that brat died, how could Lu Xiaoyu challenge him? Even if Pan Gu came back to life and fought him again, Luo Ho wouldn't be afraid. As long as he didn't completely die, there would be a day when he would destroy the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. As for Pan Gu, who hadn't died but was still in an unknown situation, he would find him and finish the unfinished business of the ancient times. "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes had already darkened. He replied coldly and didn't say anything else. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and then he suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, he was close to Luo Ho, and his palm floated down. Lu Xiaoyu's target wasn't the demon ancestor himself, but the ribbons connected to his body. Cutting off these ribbons and cutting off the demon ancestor's recovery, then fighting him again would be a hindrance to him. The most important thing now was to stall for time and try to hold on until Du Xiaofu recovered. At that time, no matter how strong the demon ancestor was, he would definitely be threatened. "Umph! Lu Xiaoyu, you can't win against me!" The demon ancestor snorted coldly again and retreated. It seemed like he didn't want to fight Lu Xiaoyu. At the same time, the demon ancestor's body emitted a bloody glow, making him look like a bloody sun. It was terrifying. Lu Xiaoyu's palm hit the bloody glow, stirring up an endless storm. Murky air rolled and swept in all directions, hitting an endless area. However, the demon ancestor retreated just in time. Even though this attack caused a huge commotion, it didn't cause any damage to him. Is the demon ancestor a coward who only knows how to run for his life? Lu Xiaoyu snorted and continued to chase. The direction that Luoho retreated to was the extremely deep place, which was the direction that the other end of the ribbons extended to. He made up his mind. Even if he couldn't hurt the demon ancestor, he had to at least go in and check it out to learn more about the situation. There must be some secret hidden there. There's no point in trying to provoke me. Just save your breath. The demon ancestor laughed eerily. As he retreated, he stared at Lu Xiaoyu with his bloody eyes and said, I'm sure you've already noticed that this place hides a terrifying power. I'm afraid you didn't come here to fight me. You came here to find out what's going on here, didn't you? If that's the case, then come with me if you have the guts. Hee hee hee. When the last string of laughter was heard, Demon Alpha's body disappeared. She disappeared into the gloomy light. You think I don't dare? Lu Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice. Whether it was in the past or now, there was nothing in the world that he didn't dare to do. Otherwise, why would he have the guts to plan against the demon clan and to kill the demon ancestor? After speaking, Lu Xiaoyu followed. After the demon ancestor, he also entered the deep and difficult to spy on. Everything seemed to calm down as the two of them disappeared. The entire space no longer fluctuated. However, it wasn't long before a terrifying and enormous bang resounded. It was like the sound of the heavens and the earth collapsing and the Grand Tao collapsing, and it caused the chaotic energy in the surroundings to suddenly explode apart. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was even more shocking than the end of the world. Under such circumstances, in the blink of an eye, a figure flew out from the deep place. It drew a straight line and traveled thousands of miles. It was as if he couldn't even control his body. The figure flew all the way back. In just a few breaths, he passed through the chaotic gas that filled the sky. Then, he appeared in an area of nothingness. In the distance of the area of nothingness was the boundless starry sky. The figure that flew out was Lu Xiaoyu. After a short confrontation, he was sent flying by the demon ancestor. Chapter 2974. On Lu Xiaoyu's body, a deep dent appeared on his chest, causing the blood in his body to tumble. In his eyes there was an unimaginable shock. That power again! Lu Xiaoyu said softly. After adjusting his breathing, he finally suppressed the tumbling blood in his body. He broke into the extremely deep place. After a short exchange with the demon ancestor, he was pushed back again, just like when the demon ancestor attacked Du Xiaofu. Such a situation shocked Lu Xiaoyu greatly. He could feel that the demon ancestor did not have such terrifying power. He had not recovered to that stage. But in reality, it was the second time the demon ancestor had used such a method. What exactly is there in the deepest region? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. After he entered the depths of that area, he'd once released the energy of his soul core to investigate everything within it. Unfortunately, he was only able to detect some hazy things. Back then, before he could observe more closely, he was hit by Demon Alpha's power. Demon Alpha had mobilized his power to attack him. He was afraid that the demon ancestor wanted to use that attack to injure him. Lu Xiaoyu stood where he was and did not move for a long time. He was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, wondering if he should enter again to obtain more information. But in the end, he did not move. After looking at the light of chaos that had shrunk again, he turned around and left. It was not that Lu Xiaoyu was afraid of the demon ancestor, but he could feel that the area was extraordinary. It was as if it was nurturing some special life. It was very strong and terrifying. Before he had the ability to suppress that power, Lu Xiaoyu knew very well that he would not be able to obtain any useful information. In the end, at most, he would exchange a few more blows with the demon ancestor. There would be no meaning in that. It's time to find a way to break the illusion. As he left, such words came out of Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. When his entire figure vanished, the boundless starry sky and the surroundings recovered its calm, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation any longer. Only the chaotic chi in the distance seethed densely, but it wasn't long before it vanished into nothingness once more. On this day, the tranquil 33 heavens began to seethe with excitement. The dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintung, the 5 half-step tribulation realm experts from the 3,000 worlds, had once again appeared in the eyes of living beings after so many years. What followed was information about the 5 ancient powerhouses they had rescued. Like a storm, it quickly swept through every world in the 33 heavens. All living beings looked over with burning gazes, and rumors quickly spread through the various worlds. The 5 ancient experts have all been saved. Under the treatment of the dragon god and the others, there's hope for them to return to their peak. Among the 5 powerhouses, it is said that 3 of them came from the dragons, the kirins, and the black tortoises. As for the last 2, they did not leave behind any inheritance. The 5 ancient experts have yet to fully awaken. Even the dragon god can't communicate with them to find out the specific identities of the last 2. Alas! How many supreme existences have fallen in the ancient war? In the present age, only 5 of them have survived. However, 2 of them have lost their inheritance, and we can't find out their origins from their characteristics. The powerhouses of Pangu world have sacrificed too much for all the weak living beings. If it weren't for them, how could there be today's prosperity? How could there be countless lives blooming? The dead are gone. The 5 surviving powerhouses are the common ancestors of all living beings. I hope they can return to their peak as soon as possible. After the devil ancestor is finally destroyed, we can use our own eyes to see the magnificent world they have protected. Countless living beings were discussing enthusiastically. Some who had been in seclusion also came out and joined in the discussion. Among the great powers and inheritances, some meditative patriarchs came out and found the place where the dragon god and the others were and wanted to pay a visit to the 5 ancient experts. However, the dragon god and the others didn't appear in front of them directly, and these people didn't dare to disturb them in the slightest. They just waited quietly and respectfully. This was earth-shattering news that made countless people go crazy. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boil, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with endless sadness. Of the 5 ancient experts, 3 of them had confirmed origins. They were the first powerhouses of the dragons, kirins, and black tortoises. In ancient times, they were respectively respected by the world as the ancestral dragon, the first kirin, and the black tortoise. However, the identities of the other 2 couldn't be confirmed. Their inheritances had long been lost, and there seemed to be no records of them in the 33 heavens. From this, one could imagine how tragic the ancient war was. It was likely that the inheritances of the 2 races were not the only ones who died in the terrible war. The 5 Tao-bearing realm experts showed signs of recovery, and the beings of the 33 heavens held endless reverence for them. This kind of reverence was different from the reverence they had for Lu Xiaoyu and the Rock Emperor of the exalted heavens. After all, these 2 were powerhouses that could be seen in the world, and the beings of the 33 heavens would follow them into battle. They were more like comrades who had entrusted their lives to each other. The difference was that there was a great disparity in strength between them. However, the 5 Tao-bearing realm experts were different. They had begun to stand out since the beginning of the ancient world, and their divine might had shaken the world. In the cruel slaughter of the demon race, they had sacrificed all their strength, and almost all of them had died. Such a meritorious service was absolutely worthy of being worshipped by all living beings in the world. It was a pity that even more of them had fallen in the ancient war. Of the 18 Tao-bearing realm experts who sealed the demon race's world, 13 could no longer appear in the world alive. In addition, it was known that Yuan Feng was buried in Yin Qiong's endless sky burial void mountain, the ancestor of the phoenix race in the 33 heavens. Just based on what the world knew, 14 Tao-bearing realm experts had fallen and would never appear again. Just how many races had been completely annihilated behind these 14 Tao-bearing realm experts? The world didn't know, but it was certain that there weren't many inheritances that had been left behind. The dragon god and the others have left. It seems that they're going to Shinwu world. Not long after the news about the 5 Tao givers spread, a new commotion began to spread. The dragon god, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong had left the 33 heavens and were heading to Shinwu world. The 5 Tao-bearing realm experts' conditions had been stabilized, and they could only rely on themselves to recover. The ancestral dragon, primordial Qilin, and black tortoise had been taken away by their descendants to recuperate. As for the other two, they were taken away by the dragon god. If it weren't for the existence of the 3,000 boundless worlds, not to mention rescuing the 5 remaining Tao-bearing realm experts, the entire 33 heavens would have been annihilated by the demon race's terrifying slaughter. Suddenly, a powerhouse sighed with emotion. Once such a voice was heard, it couldn't be stopped no matter what. It was only today that they began to think about this problem. Yes, the existence of the 3,000 boundless worlds had already seeped into the hearts of the powerhouses of the 33 heavens like the spring rain. They had existed for a very long time, and their title as the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds had long been renowned. Because of this, the powerhouses of the 33 heavens had never realized that they had been fighting against the demon race for so many years with the help of the 3,000 boundless worlds. As for those top powerhouses, such as the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds Lu Xiaoyu, the dragon god Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyun, Dragon Fault, and other existences, they were all much, much stronger than the people of the 33 heavens. It wasn't hard to imagine that if these powerhouses hadn't appeared, the 33 heavens wouldn't have been able to withstand the demon race's attack. Just the 9 demon generals, whose strength had been greatly reduced, were enough to make them suffer. There was no need for the demon ancestor to appear. Thinking of this, the people of the 33 heavens couldn't help but feel endless gratitude in their hearts. They were all grateful to the powerhouses of the 3,000 boundless worlds, even if their ultimate goal was to protect their own worlds. After the dragon god and the others left the 33 heavens, the people of the various worlds calmed down again. Obviously, there wouldn't be any big movements for a short period of time. The Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds Lu Xiaoyu hadn't appeared for many years, and no one knew what to do in the end. For these people, the best strategy was to cultivate and work hard to improve their strength. If a half-step Tao realm powerhouse appeared, then when the time came to face the demon ancestor, they would have an additional strength. Divine Battle World. After Lu Xiaoyu inquired about the whereabouts of the demon ancestor, he directly returned. Almost immediately after, Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, Yanghua, and Lu Xintong arrived in the desolate country. As for the identity of the remaining 2 powerhouses, we should be able to find some clues in the 33 heavens. After hearing the report of Xiaolong and the others, Lu Xiaoyu said such a sentence. He knew a lot of secrets in the 33 heavens, but he didn't know all of them. As for the 2 unknown powerhouses from the ancient era, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't be sure of their origins. All of this could only be learned from the ancient records passed down by the major forces in the 33 heavens. Boss, how is that brat Xiaofu's situation now? This was the first time the dragon god and the others had returned to the divine battle world after the great battle. Compared to the time when they fought the demon god, this place had changed greatly. Everyone was very worried about Du Xiaofu's situation, but only Lu Xiaoyu had the strength to pry into the details. I've just checked. Junior brother's condition hasn't changed much from the beginning. Everyone gathered in the main hall of the desolate country's imperial palace. Lu Xiaoyu looked at everyone and said. As soon as he returned to the divine battle world, he went to the Du family's ancestral hall to check on Du Xiaofu's situation. The fact that there were no changes wasn't good news, but it wasn't a bad thing either. Things weren't developing in a bad direction. It seems that Uncle Master Du's situation isn't something that can be broken through in 1,000 years, Lu Jingyan said softly. Many of the powerhouses present heard this and nodded. Du Xiaofu's injuries were too severe, and outsiders couldn't help him. He could only rely on himself to break through. However, it would take a long time. It had been more than 100 years since the beginning. It would probably take even more time to see results. Boss, you went to check on the demon ancestor's situation. Did you find anything? Xiaolong looked at Lu Xiaoyu with shining eyes and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of everyone in the hall were drawn to Lu Xiaoyu. Everyone simultaneously turned their gazes to Lu Xiaoyu, wanting to hear his answer. Like Du Xiaofu, the demon ancestor's situation was the focus of everyone's attention. The two of them were fighting for time. If Du Xiaofu recovered his strength first, then they would have a greater chance of dealing with the demon ancestor. However, if Luoho got the upper hand, then the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds would face a disaster. Therefore, everyone looked at Lu Xiaoyu and couldn't help but feel nervous. The demon ancestor is recovering very quickly. Lu Xiaoyu's first sentence was like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to feel heavy. After thinking for a while, he continued, I found his hiding place. It was the deepest part of the original 18th level of hell. There is a special area there that is extremely abnormal. I think it can be called the ultimate purgatory. The demon ancestor's ability to recover so quickly and transfer such terrifying power is definitely related to the ultimate purgatory. Lu Xiaoyu told everyone about his experience, and everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. The demon ancestor used that terrifying power to deal with Lu Xiaoyu for the first time, which gave him the opportunity to kill Du Xiaofu. This time, because of that terrifying power, he was blasted out of the ultimate purgatory by the demon ancestor. Such an unusual situation was obviously something Lu Xiaoyu didn't know about. Even though he was there, he couldn't completely understand the secrets. Is that a backup plan left behind by the demon ancestor, or is there some other reason? Batian put his hands behind his back and began to walk around the hall. He frowned and said solemnly. He thought of some possibilities, but he didn't say it out loud. However, none of the experts present were stupid. Instead, they were all very smart. After thinking for a while, they understood what Batian meant. Grandmaster, what you mean is… Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. Even though he knew, he couldn't help but ask. Batian didn't answer, but Lu Xiaoyu nodded and said, I have the same guess. There are only two possibilities for where the demon ancestor is. The first is that the power there is left behind from ancient times. The second is that he borrowed an external force. The words, external force, could be big or small. If there was any external force in this world that could deal with an existence like Lu Xiaoyu, it would definitely not be ordinary. Either there was a special place in the world that was controlled by the demon ancestor, or the power of a certain expert fell into the hands of the demon ancestor. Back then, when the divine martial world was just created and was just growing into a prototype world, the demon ancestor coveted it, and wanted to take it for his own use. However, Heavenly Lord Daluo was an unyielding person. He would rather die than let the demon ancestor have his way. Who knew how many gods and demons had walked out of the chaos countless years ago? What if there was a fifth god who had created the Pengu world, Heavenly Lord Daluo who had created the Daluo heaven, the demon ancestor who had created the demon world, and the spirit creators who had created the 3,000 boundless worlds, but was killed by the demon ancestor in the cradle? The power of that world was eventually seized by the demon ancestor, and he might have used it for his own recovery. Such a thing had happened countless years ago. Not to mention that these experts couldn't trace it back to the beginning of time and space to verify it. Even God Pengu, Heavenly Lord Daluo, and the others of that era didn't know about it. The truth had long been buried in the long river of history. However, under the scouring of time, there might be a day when it would see the light of day again. I originally wanted to find the demon ancestor. Even if I couldn't suppress him, I would at least severely injure him to buy more time for junior brother to recover. But now, it seems that this idea was too simple. The demon ancestor recovers so quickly that we can't afford to waste too much time. According to my estimation, I'm afraid that it won't be many years before he comes back again and enters the 33 heavens. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned heavy as he spoke word by word. After seeing the demon ancestor and being blasted out of the ultimate purgatory, Lu Xiaoyu had a new idea. Time had passed too quickly. Du Xiaofu didn't know when he would wake up, and he didn't even know if he would wake up. He had to make plans early and start a new round of arrangements. Even if he couldn't completely kill the demon ancestor in the end, he had to at least suppress him and buy more time for the beings of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if he died like God Pangu and Heavenly Lord Daluo, he didn't care. As long as there was enough time, the other beings would be like him and have more opportunities to rearrange. After countless years, they would still have the ability to fight against the demon ancestor. At the very least, Shenwu world would grow to an extremely terrifying level. The 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, and Daluo heaven. These three absolutely powerful worlds had united. As long as another person like Du Xiaofu appeared from Shenwu world, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill the demon ancestor. Chapter 2975. Fighting with his life to suppress the demon ancestor, this was a plan that Lu Xiaoyu had in mind. This was indeed a plan. As the lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds, as the only carrier realm expert in the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds, Lu Xiaoyu was close to the realm of manifestation. In the early years, when he left the world with his brother Xiaolong and entered the strange place, he gained a lot of enlightenment, and his strength increased a lot. Under such circumstances, if they were to engage in a bloody battle with the Archdevil Ancestor, with the assistance of Xiaolong and the others, suppressing the Archdevil Ancestor once again like Pangu and Heavenly Venerate Absolute did, it wouldn't be too realistic. But what if the creator of the 3,000 boundless worlds, senior spirit creation, could return? If that was the case, they really had a chance. Perhaps many top-notch experts would die at that time, including himself, but at the very least, he would be able to buy enough time for the other living beings. With Lu Xiaoyu's current ability, it was enough to do this. However, to a certain extent, Lu Xiaoyu was not the kind of person who cared about the people and helped the world. The Tao he walked was the Tao of a tyrant. The so-called path of an overlord was to possess the strongest will and spirit. Even if one was faced with a myriad of dangers and calamities, one would still be able to overcome all obstacles and destroy all obstacles before finally arriving at the peak and looking down upon the world and all living beings. Because of this, to Lu Xiaoyu, fighting with the demon ancestor with his life was definitely something that he would do when he was forced to the end, and he had no other choice but to take care of others. The worst-case scenario would only be taken into consideration when the situation was hopeless. I will recover for a while first, and then I will go and investigate. If there is still no progress, I will go into seclusion after I return and strive to break through to the realm of manifestation, Lu Xiaoyu said softly. His words made all the experts in the hall feel excited. That's right, what Lu Xiaoyu really wanted to do was to break through to the realm of manifestation. Once he succeeded, he would have a greater chance of taking down the demon ancestor. He had his own pride in his heart. Even if he was facing an ancient celestial demon from the chaos, he would not admit defeat. Were celestial demons really invincible? How many invincible existences had Lu Xiaoyu defeated along the way? In the end, didn't those originally supreme and godlike figures all become stepping stones on his path to the top? It was because of this that Lu Xiaoyu felt that he still had to fight fiercely with the devil ancestor. But on the other hand, the worst-case scenario had to be prepared. Xiaoyu, how confident are you of breaking through to the enchanting state? Debatian frowned and asked in a deep voice. He looked deeply at his disciple, his heart undulating. Phenomenal! That was the phenomenal realm, the highest realm known since ancient times. Up until now, only Pangu, Heavenly Lord Absolute, Fiend Ancestor Rahu, and Creation Spirit were known to be powerful experts. Most importantly, all four of them were chaos creatures, and they were the ones who'd created all the worlds. Throughout the countless years since the ancient times, numerous Xiantian lifeforms and Hotian lifeforms had emerged from the various major worlds. But if all the Xiantian lifeforms and Hotian lifeforms were added together, who could break through to the phenomenal realm? That was a natural chasm, a realm that seemed to be specially prepared for chaos creatures. To all other lifeforms, it was an unattainable height. Di Batian couldn't be sure how confident Lu Xiaoyu was of breaking through to the phenomenal realm. The great Tao of heaven and earth is like a cage that binds every life form, preventing them from stepping onto the highest level. But after countless years, there are still people who can do it. The realm of Carrier is no longer exclusive to those blessed Xiantian lifeforms. There will always be more and more people who can reach it, although the time it takes is incomparably long, so long that it's difficult to measure. But as long as there's hope, I believe that I can definitely make a breakthrough. Lu Xiaoyu didn't answer Di Batian's question directly. As he spoke, although he did not show his aura, he was faintly brewing a domineering majesty. It was as if he was the most powerful person facing the vastness of the world and the boundless Tao. Even if it was harder than ascending to the heavens, he still had enough will to go over the mountains with all his strength to see the scenery on the other side. Lu Xiaoyu's words made many people in the hall fall into silence. No one spoke for a long time. Everyone could understand this logic and deeply understand it. There were no weaklings present. Along the way, didn't they all cut through thorns and thorns? How could there be so many smooth sailing? In the past, the barrier of each level was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. But in the end, didn't they still walk over it step by step? It was just that the chasm that Lu Xiaoyu had to face now was wider and boundless. But in essence, there was still no difference. If he wanted to cross this chasm, perhaps he would have to spend thousands of times more effort and energy. Would there be a better chance? In fact, in Lu Xiaoyu's heart, he didn't see the imageless realm as an unattainable realm or as the exclusive domain of the chaotic divine demons. He had an unyielding will and wanted to give it a try. If Xiaoyu can really succeed in breaking through, then we'll have more confidence in dealing with the demon ancestor. At least, there won't be too bad of an outcome. Dongwang Taixian added from the side and said. Hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Although the demon ancestor was powerful, if there was an existence in the same realm as him, like the great god Pangu in ancient times, there was no need to worry about not being able to suppress him. One had to know that there was another creator of the 3,000 boundless worlds, who was also a divine demon in the imageless realm. But now, they couldn't be sure when that senior would return. The people in the hall didn't say anything more, and then they all left. Lu Xiaoyu entered seclusion. This time, it wasn't to break through the imageless realm, but to recover his strength. Although he had only fought with the demon ancestor for a short time, under the impact of the terrifying power, his body had suffered quite a bit of shock. At that time, his chest had caved in, and the blood in his body was tumbling uncontrollably. This time, he would need some time to recover. Shenwu world was calm and peaceful. Almost all the top powerhouses were in seclusion. Inside the Du family's ancestral temple, Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in a colorful cocoon, still had a sliver of vitality. After the last tremor, there hadn't been any huge changes for a long time. However, invisibly, the energy of heaven and earth and the rules of the Tao intertwined. On top of that, countless living beings were cultivating at the same time. The mysterious energy was still circulating and was affecting Du Xiaofu's sliver of vitality. This kind of influence was very subtle. It didn't cause too much of a disturbance, but it was constantly creating ripples. Du Xiaofu's sliver of vitality seemed to be trying to find a resonance with this ripple. It was trying to form the same rhythm. However, no one was able to spy on all of this. Time passed slowly. On the 13th year since Lu Xiaoyu's return, he finally came out of seclusion. After checking on Du Xiaofu's condition and finding that he hadn't changed much, Lu Xiaoyu left Shenwu world and went to check on the demon ancestor's condition again. This time, he didn't tell too many people about his operation. Only a few people knew about it. After another 50 years, Lu Xiaoyu returned once again. The demon ancestor is hiding in the deepest part of the ultimate purgatory, That place is an undetectable existence. I can't see through it at all, and I don't know his exact condition. Lu Xiaoyu told Xiaolong, Di Batian, Dong Wang Taixian, and the others about the situation he found out. There was a deep sense of melancholy in his words. Not being able to find out the demon ancestor's condition meant bad news. However, in the end, the melancholy faded away. I'm preparing to go into seclusion. I don't know when this will end. Help me take care of junior brother. If there's any big movement, inform me immediately. I hope that before the demon ancestor comes out of the ultimate purgatory, I can successfully break through to the avatar realm. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the people around him and said softly. He was most worried about his junior brother and the demon ancestor. Du Xiaofu's life and death were unknown, and he hadn't changed much in all these years. Although the demon ancestor's condition was unknown, it wasn't hard to imagine that his strength was growing steadily. It was just unknown how long it would take for him to descend upon the 33 heavens again. Lu Xiaoyu was very confident in himself. As long as he had enough time, he would naturally reach the peak and achieve the avatar realm. However, the key point was that the demon ancestor probably wouldn't leave him with much time. Boss, where are you going into seclusion? I'll guard you. Xiaolong walked up and asked Lu Xiaoyu. If Boss wanted to break through to the avatar realm, this seclusion was very important. He definitely couldn't be disturbed. Furthermore, if Du Xiaofu or the demon ancestor made any movements while he was in seclusion, everyone had to find a way to inform him. Naturally, they needed to know where he was in seclusion. No need to guard me, Xiaolong, you can just stay in Xinwu world. Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand and looked at Xiaolong. I plan to go into seclusion on Earth. No one in the 33 heavens or the 3,000 boundless worlds can disturb me. Furthermore, the demon ancestor won't be able to ambush me under the obstruction of the starry sky formation. Earth. Many of the experts present fell silent. Many of them knew of such an existence. Earth was also a very special place, but as for what was special about it, most people still didn't know. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyu and Xiaolong knew some things, but the two of them seemed to be keeping some secrets, and didn't say anything. All right. Then we'll listen to Boss. Xiaolong thought for a while, then nodded and didn't say anything else. He knew that Boss's soul came from that world because Di Batian and Dongwang Taixian, in order to deal with a terrifying person, used heaven-defying methods to drag Boss's soul to the 3,000 boundless worlds and reincarnate. That place could be said to be Lu Xiaoyu's first home. It was an extraordinary place, even though it hadn't shown any terrifying aspects yet. However, Xiaolong knew that if Lu Xiaoyu went to Earth to cultivate, he might be able to obtain more things there. Let's go. Lu Xiaoyu didn't say anything else and directly flew out, leaving this world in the blink of an eye. Everyone watched him leave and didn't say anything for a long time. Today, for Xiaolong, Di Batian, Yanghua, Dongwang Taixian, Lu Xintong, Lu Jingyun, and the others, Xinwu world was like their home. They had lived here for many years and almost considered the desolate country their home. In the beginning, Iwuming, Murongyoro, and the others were still worried about them, but gradually, the experts all refused and no longer needed the desolate country's people to help them. Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jin Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Changyu, Du Xiaojing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, and the others were all in seclusion and didn't treat the experts from the 3,000 boundless worlds as outsiders. I don't know how confident Father is this time. After Lu Xiaoyu left, Lu Jingyun was the first to speak. He had deep expectations, but at the same time, he was secretly worried. The outcome could only be decided by time. Would the demon ancestor recover first, or would Lu Xiaoyu break through first, or would Du Xiaofu awaken first? Whoever grasped the opportunity first would have more initiative, and to a large extent, it would determine the final outcome. I believe that the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds will win in the end. Whether it's Boss or that brat Xiaofu, they are both extraordinary. Xiaolong suddenly raised his head and made a solemn vow. He couldn't help but have such confidence. Along the way, the two of them had created too many miracles and walked a path that countless living beings couldn't walk. They looked down on all living beings. Xiaolong believed that not only would Boss successfully break through to the Almighty Realm and have the same cultivation level as the demon ancestor, Du Xiaofu would also be able to awaken and fight against the demon ancestor Rahu. Again, the only thing they had to worry about was the issue of time. Let's not waste too much time. Leave a few people to watch over that brat Du Xiaofu. Everyone else, go into seclusion. If there's any movement, I'll inform you at any time. The Holy Great Emperor looked at the many experts around him, and said, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixin, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Xiaolong, Lu Jingyun, and the others nodded and then left to find a place to cultivate. To them, the breakthrough was only a short distance away. If they comprehended enough, they would definitely be able to take another step in their cultivation. If the 5 half-step enlightenment realm experts were one step stronger, they would be in the true enlightenment realm. Even if they faced the demon ancestor at his peak, they wouldn't be powerless. As for Lu Jingyun and the others who had been at the peak of the 3rd stage of meditative realm for many years, they only needed to break through to the half-step enlightenment realm. If a few of them could successfully step into the new realm, they would naturally have a greater chance of success. On the other hand, the Holy Great Emperor and Duanmuqiong Tian had only just stepped into the 3rd level of meditative forgetfulness not long ago. It was almost impossible for them to break through to the half-step Dao-bearing realm, or even the Dao-bearing realm in a short amount of time, so they naturally stayed behind to watch Du Xiaofu. As for Yu Yuqian, there was no need to talk about him. After Lu Jingyan left, the old man walked out of the hall and sauntered toward the Du family's ancestral hall. He sat on the steps in front of the door with a somewhat haggard look in his eyes. After nearly 200 years, he was no longer as worried as before. However, he still hoped that Du Xiaofu would wake up soon. If I had known this would happen, I would have given you all the treasures I had back then. Perhaps you could have broken through to the enlightenment realm earlier. Yu Yuqian sighed and muttered to himself. In his heart, he actually felt a little annoyed, thinking that if he wasn't such a miser and had given all the treasures he had to Du Xiaofu, perhaps that little brat's breakthroughs would have been a little faster. If he had been one step faster, he might have been able to fight the demon ancestor head-on. Perhaps Du Xiaofu would have been able to face him as a true enlightenment realm expert. In fact, Yu Yuqian also knew that he was worrying for nothing. How could a breakthrough be achieved by piling up enough treasures? Could it be that using countless treasures would allow one to walk ahead of everyone? If one couldn't comprehend it, the opportunity wasn't there, and the opportunity wasn't there yet. It would all be empty talk. However, Yu Yuqian really felt some heartache. Thus, he took all the responsibility for Du Xiaofu's misfortune on himself. This was all wishful thinking because he felt heartache. If only I could use this old man's life in exchange for your awakening earlier. Yu Yuqian continued to sigh. He didn't know how many times this thought had appeared in his mind. Whether it was when he was in the Yunyang sect many years ago or after he became the master of the 3,000 great worlds and the imperial ancestor of the Yuqing divine kingdom, the old man had always been a very protective person. Lu Xiaoyu had grown up under his shadow, and Du Xiaofu had also received many benefits from him. As long as he could give his disciple something, he would never be stingy. Didn't Du Xiaofu take the green dragon blood essence and many other treasures from him back then? In addition, the good things he had collected were all prepared for his descendants. And if there was really a way to let this old man with mediocre aptitude exchange his life for Du Xiaofu's, then Yu Yuqian was really willing to do it. Xiaoyu, Xiaofu, both of you must be well. Although the demon ancestor is powerful, I believe that you can do it. These old bones of mine still hope to wear your halo and run amok in the 33 heavens and the 3,000 great worlds. Oh, that's right, there's also the Dalyu Ocean that is growing now. You can give it to this old man as a back garden to enjoy the rest of his life. Yu Yuqian muttered as he sat on the steps, his eyes lost in thought. At the end of his sentence, a smile actually appeared on his aged face. Chapter 2976. In front of Yu, he enjoyed the blessings brought by his juniors, but what he truly cared about was their safety. As long as Du Xiaofu didn't wake up, Lu Xiaoyu didn't return, or the demon ancestor Luoho didn't die, his two most outstanding disciples would be at the front lines, facing great danger at any moment. The old man sat on the steps in front of the Du family's ancestral hall, smiling in a daze for a very, very long time. Shenwu world was calm and peaceful. Even the many powerhouses from the 3,000 great thousand worlds had entered closed-door cultivation, not caring about the outside world. The situation in the 33 heavens was similar. The world was peaceful, without any wars or conflicts. It was more peaceful than any other time in the past. However, although the countless living beings didn't say anything, the threat brought by the demon ancestor was like a shadow, hanging over their heads. After the powerhouses of the dragons, Shilins, and Xian turtles welcomed their Tao-carrying ancestor back, they used almost all the resources of their clans on the ancestor, hoping that he could recover soon. Although everyone knew that it would be after the final battle with the demon ancestor for these powerhouses to return to their peak, no one knew if the 33 heavens would be able to survive after such a terrifying battle, but they still had to do what they had to do. Everything still depends on the ruler of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, and the rock emperor of the Dalu Ocean. I hope the two of them can truly kill the demon ancestor. In the hearts of the living beings of the 33 heavens, this was the only hope left. Time quickly passed, like an unstoppable torrent that no one could stop. In the blink of an eye, another 600 years had passed. It had been 800 years since Du Xiaofu was brought back to Shenwu world by Lu Xiaoyu, and all the worlds were very peaceful. However, in these 600 years, many shocking things had happened in Shenwu world. In the 500th year since Du Xiaofu was brought back to Shenwu world by Lu Xiaoyu, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jinqing Chen, Jialo Jiuyu, and other powerhouses were all breaking through quickly. Many of them had reached half-step heavenly saint before others, and like Du Xiaojing and Little Xingxing, they had stepped into the immortal realm. In addition to these people, the number of immortal realm powerhouses in the entire world had increased explosively. There were probably no less than 200,000 of them. This was a terrifying number. Compared to any of the 33 heavenly saint worlds, this number of powerhouses, this was a considerable number of powerhouses. However, this didn't stop. More and more people were becoming immortal realm, becoming true powerhouses. The most outstanding ones were Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Dongli Qingqing, and other powerhouses. They had encountered many opportunities in their early years, and with their extraordinary comprehension, they were already trying to break through to the meditative realm. Under the guidance of the Holy Great Emperor, Duanmuqiong Tian, and other powerhouses, these people didn't have to worry about not being able to find a way to break through. This is a great era, an era where the entire world is completely transforming. This old man is lucky to be able to witness this process. The Holy Great Emperor and Duanmuqiong Tian stood together, feeling the changes in this world as they exclaimed. In the senses of these two powerhouses, the energy of heaven and earth was being completely mobilized by the countless living beings in this world. Because of their seclusion and diligent cultivation, they were able to trigger a boundless energy tide that filled the sky. For these two powerhouses, although they couldn't see through the deepest level of truth, with their cultivation, they could see the essence that most living beings couldn't see through. The living beings in Shenwu world were transforming, becoming stronger and stronger. The layers of spiritual energy waves affected the order and laws of heaven and earth, sweeping up a boundless and mysterious energy that made people's hearts palpitate. Even the Holy Great Emperor and Duanmuqiong Tian had never seen such a grand event. Almost all the living beings in this world were breaking through. If that kid Xiaofu has his own consciousness, I'm afraid he'll be able to benefit a lot from these waves. Other than the rapid growth of the living beings in this world, everything else has been stagnant for many years. Duanmuqiong Tian said softly. Shenwu world was closely related to Du Xiaofu. It was because he controlled the heavenly laws of this world that every time he broke through, something that had been dormant for countless years would be unlocked. This caused Shenwu world to grow stronger, and the overall scale and density of spiritual energy would skyrocket. However, the situation now was different. For hundreds of years, Du Xiaofu himself had been dormant and hadn't been able to notice any major changes. Therefore, Shenwu world didn't expand any further. It was just like before. However, the living beings in this world were using the natural conditions to break through on a large scale. All of this was because of Du Xiaofu. However, at this time, it didn't bring any benefits to Du Xiaofu. Because he had lost his consciousness, he couldn't use this vast energy. The Holy Great Emperor and Duanmuqiong Tian couldn't help but sigh. If Du Xiaofu still had a sliver of consciousness, as long as he used the energy of Shenwu world to dissolve the demon ancestors' chaotic energy, it wouldn't be too difficult. The two of them looked up at the sky at the same time. Above the sky, waves of spiritual energy crisscrossed and surged. It was a magnificent sight. Endless laws intertwined and intertwined, creating an extremely majestic atmosphere. It was indescribably mysterious. For a normal powerhouse, it was difficult for them to see through these shapeless changes. However, the two of them weren't very powerful. At least, they weren't at Lu Xiaoyou's level. Otherwise, they would have been able to see that other than the shapeless laws of nature, the traces of the Tao were constantly changing. It was complicated and extremely interesting. Under the changes in the traces of the Grand Tao, waves of resonance that were difficult to detect spread out and rippled through every part of this world. The sarcophagus in the Du clan's ancestral hall was still sitting there. The cocoon of light that enveloped Du Xiaofu was still inside. After hundreds of years of consumption, the power of the multicolored light cocoon had not been consumed much, and the scarlet light that was entangling Du Xiaofu's last trace of vitality was still there, constantly trying to devour it. Du Xiaofu's vitality didn't change at all. It was the same as when he was young. Only a few hundred years ago, there was an extremely weak tremor. That was because the living beings in this world were cultivating. However, no one noticed it. However, on this day, on an ordinary day nearly 800 years later, a slight change in power appeared in the stone coffin. Wang, Du Xiaofu's sliver of vitality trembled slightly. It was as if it was trembling under some kind of resonance. However, the trembling this time was slightly different from the previous ones. If Lu Xiaoyu was there, he would have sensed that along with this slight tremor, there was an invisible force that gently attacked. It was as if it wanted to sweep away the red light that wrapped around his body. However, this fluctuation was extremely weak. It was 1,000,000 times weaker than a larva turning over in the soil. Therefore, when it acted on the demon ancestor's chaotic origin, it couldn't even tickle him. However, this seemed to indicate a good start. It meant that Du Xiaofu's sliver of vitality had changed. However, after this change, Du Xiaofu's sliver of vitality fell into silence again. It didn't make any movements for a long time. Thousands of years, the world changed. The concept of thousands and thousands of years was nothing to cultivators. Some powerhouses needed tens of thousands of years to go into seclusion at one time. No matter which world it was, with the existence of countless cultivators, there was no such thing as thousands of years. After another 1,000 years, all the major worlds were still peaceful. Countless living beings were still trying their best to break through. Other than cultivating in seclusion, many people would occasionally walk out of where they were cultivating. They would walk around to increase their comprehension. After one's cultivation reached a certain level, the so-called experience would no longer be of much use. It was more dependent on one's comprehension. Walking through thousands of mountains and rivers and seeing all kinds of things in the world, one day, one might be able to grasp a unique rhythm from the sound of an insect or a bird. Then, one day, one would have an epiphany. This situation sounded very mysterious and unreal. However, it was the truth. After almost 2,000 years, the number of immortal cultivators in Shenwu world had increased from a small number to about 400,000. This was a powerful fighting force. Even if placed in any of the 33 heavens worlds, it would still be extremely fierce. However, there were even more living beings who were still cultivating diligently. All of them wanted to break through as soon as possible and become immortal. In the following 1,000 years, Du Xiaofu's life force trembled a few more times. Early on, between the first and second tremors, there were about 400 to 500 years. Between the second and third tremors, there were only 300 years. The fourth tremor took another 200 years. This was a process that became more and more frequent. Although it was weak and no one could see it, it was real. Xiaolong, Yanghua, Lu Xintong, Di Batian, Dongwang Taixian, Lu Jingyun, Long Ke, and the others had not appeared for many years. Lu Xiaoyu went to Earth and also did not return. No one knew what kind of situation they were in. Many living beings knew in their hearts that all of this would not continue to be peaceful. However, they did not know when the day of unrest would suddenly arrive. Quickly send a message to the 33 heavens and Dalu Ocean. Inform the masters of the 3,000 great worlds that something big has happened. Sure enough, on a certain day, many powerhouses stationed outside the divinity and devil battlefield realm heard a voice. It came from within the divinity and devil battlefield realm, carrying a strong sense of urgency. Many people's expressions tensed up and they immediately rushed forward. As figures after figures rushed in and passed by Shui Lu, who was suppressing the seal, all of the powerhouses who heard those words were extremely nervous. Quickly report, the devil ancestor has moved. This news was like a huge mountain smashing into a calm lake, stirring up a storm that swept through the 9 heavens. The news spread like a hurricane. The entire 33 heavens was in an uproar, causing a terrifying panic. Quickly head to Dalu Ocean and find the masters of the 3,000 great worlds. Send people to the 3,000 great worlds and ask for reinforcements. Some of the older generation powerhouses made a prompt decision and issued such an order. Countless powerhouses began to move. The entire 33 heavens went from being extremely quiet to being in an uproar. Some people brought the news and quickly headed to Shenwu World, wanting to inform the powerhouses there of everything. In addition, there were also powerhouses who followed the instructions left behind by the masters of the 3,000 great worlds, wanting to send more powerhouses to the 3,000 great worlds. No one knew whether the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu, was in Shenwu World or the 3,000 great worlds. However, only he had the ability to resist the devil ancestor. He was the last hope for all of the 33 heavens. The devil ancestor has moved. A new round of war is about to begin. All of the powerhouses flew towards the divinity and devil battlefield realm. At the same time, someone spoke with an incomparably heavy tone. The devil ancestor had recovered for many years in the 18 layers of hell. After fusing all 18 of his primordial spirits, it had been several thousand years since his battle with Lu Xiaoyu. For the 33 heavens, that peerless and ferocious devil god had yet to truly set foot in the 33 heavens. However, things were different this time. Things were very different. This time, without the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu's arrangements, and without the leadership of the Rock Emperor of Dalu Ocean, all of the powerhouses of the 33 heavens felt their hearts sink to the extreme. If the devil ancestor truly killed his way into the 33 heavens, what would they use to stop him? Gather all the powerhouses and prepare for battle. As the orders were issued, countless powerhouses moved and swarmed towards the divinity and devil battlefield realm like a swarm of bees. I hope that in these years, the master of the 3,000 great worlds has made new arrangements. Otherwise, this time, I'm afraid it'll be terrible. Some powerhouses were extremely worried and spoke in a deep voice. Without the master of the 3,000 great worlds, they seemed to be in a bit of a mess. All of the powerhouses felt that when facing the devil ancestor, there was no other way except for a suicidal charge. And if Lu Xiaoyu didn't make new preparations, what would the result be? In fact, no one knew that Lu Xiaoyu hadn't made any detailed preparations. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that the devil ancestor's power could no longer be contained. His previous methods were no longer useful. Under the suppression of absolute strength, no matter how fancy the arrangements were, it would be difficult to stop that terrifying devil god. The only thing he could think of was to break through and reach the highest realm, achieving the formless body, and fight with the devil ancestor on the same level. I wonder if the Rock Emperor Du Xiaofu has recovered. News has been cut off for many years. I hope he can reappear and fight with the master of the 3,000 great worlds, Lu Xiaoyu. Some powerhouses of the 33 heavens sighed with emotion, their faces filled with anticipation. At this time, they missed Du Xiaofu and Lu Xiaoyu very much. Everyone, enter the divinity and devil battlefield realm and prepare to resist the devil ancestor. If you want to invade the 33 heavens, you'll have to step over our corpses first. Some powerhouses shouted loudly as figures flew out and passed by the bloodshed that was suppressing the gap in the seal. As countless figures flashed and entered, the divinity and devil battlefield realm was in an uproar. There were too many empty spaces in the 33 heavens. No one knew how many powerhouses had entered the supreme Changrong heaven and arrived near the divinity and devil battlefield realm. Among these people, there were all sorts of powerhouses, from the weak to the top. The seizing divinity realm, the severing truth realm, the immortal realm, and the meditative realm had all entered and gone to the front line. 10 meditative patriarchs of the 33 heavens took the lead and directly passed through the Hell's Gate. They wanted to observe the latest movements of the devil ancestor. In their eyes, through the boundless starry sky, they could see a blood-colored chaotic aura boiling endlessly. It was as dense as a cloud. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they could clearly sense that the power in the cloud was too terrifying. Just looking at it made their blood flow shrink, and they were suppressed to the point where it was difficult to breathe. Is that the devil ancestor's true power? Some powerhouses murmured. In the ancient times, the devil ancestor slaughtered his way through the world. He fought with Pangu and Heavenly Lord Daluo, destroying the 33 heavens and the devil world. Those 2 complete worlds were destroyed and turned into the final 33 heavens and 18 layers of hell. One could only imagine how strong the demon ancestor was when he was at his peak. His power is still rising. It won't be long before he really descends into the world again. Similar voices rang out everywhere. It was not difficult for many powerhouses to discover that the devil ancestor's strength was still growing. He was still in the process of recovering, but he could conclude that since the other party had directly appeared and no longer continued to hide, it could only mean one thing: the devil ancestor was not far from the day of his true recovery. Guard the Hell's Gate. Let this starry sky become our battlefield. An old man with white hair and a beard said softly. No matter how powerful the devil ancestor was, as long as they existed, they would not easily let the other party break through their blockade and allow the devil ancestor to slaughter his way into the 33 heavens. As the strongest of all living beings, this was their unshirkable duty. In fact, many people understood that when the time came, this place would probably not become a tragic battlefield. To be more precise, it would be the most miserable graveyard. Set up the battle array and resist the devil ancestor. The blood in many people's bodies began to boil and burn. Countless people made their preparations and vowed to resist the devil ancestor. Even if they died in the end, so what? Magnificent formations were set up one after another. Everyone was ready for anything. They all knew in their hearts that with the strength of countless people, it was impossible to resist the powerful devil ancestor. Against an existence that was born in the ancient times and walked out of the chaos with the body of a fiend god, their resistance was inferior to an egg striking a rock. Under everyone's gazes, in the distance, within the chaotic aura that was bursting with scarlet light, violence, killing intent, bloodthirst, and other powers emerged endlessly. They soared into the sky and shook the world. Chapter 2977. Earth. The demon ancestors' actions did not affect this place for the time being. Under the isolation of the boundless starry sky array, all of the terrifying power was blocked far away, unable to reach this place. The existence of this world was extremely different from the other worlds. Here, the flow of time was extremely slow. In the 33 heavens, 10,000 years had passed in a flash, but in the world of Earth, less than a year had passed. Thus, compared to the time when Lu Xiaoyu had brought Xiaolong to this world, there were not many changes here. However, this world of Earth was completely different from the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if the experts of those two powerful worlds came here, they would probably be confused because everything here was too different. In the world of Earth, the living beings were extremely weak, and the spiritual energy was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. Whether it was the human race or other living beings, there were very few cultivators. Even in some hidden mountains and rivers, one could only find a few weak cultivators. They were not much stronger than ordinary people, let alone the people of the 33 heavens and 3,000 boundless worlds. In addition, in this world, only the human race stood out. They stood at the top of all living beings, possessing extremely high intelligence. In this world, humans gathered and lived. Towering buildings soared into the sky, row upon row. Under the transformation of the human race, the world of Earth had obtained extremely powerful abilities through extremely strange methods. The human race of this world is unable to cultivate and change themselves, so they seek out the many mysteries of this world. They start from the minute details and obtain methods that we cultivators would not even care about. Their residence, travel, production, and other aspects all involve something called technology. Back then, Lu Xiaoyu had said this to Xiaolong. His soul came from this world, reborn in the 3,000 boundless worlds. Thus, he understood everything here very well. The human race of Earth was different from the 3,000 boundless worlds and the 33 heavens. They relied on cars, planes, trains, and other tools to communicate with each other. They relied on telephones, networks, and other such methods. There were too many to mention. In the beginning, Xiaolong felt that these things were very new and interesting. He couldn't help but admire the human race of this world. They could actually learn so many strange techniques just by observing the mysteries of the elements in the world. However, in the eyes of these experts, these methods could not be considered profound at all. If a cultivator was willing to explore these places, it would definitely be much easier than the humans on Earth. But then again, under the premise that they did not have enough strength, these methods were the most suitable way for the human race on Earth to survive. Xiaolong understood this principle very well. Don't look at how weak the life forms of this world are. The weapons they create are terrifying. Even if a small world of the 33 heavens were to fight to the death with them, I fear it would still be difficult for it to survive. Lu Xiaoyu had also said the same thing to Xiaolong. He had even taken his brother to a place. The humans there had carried out a terrifying explosion in a desert. The terrifying energy soared into the sky, almost tearing the sky apart. What surprised Xiaolong the most was that there was a kind of strange power that seemed to have a super-penetrative ability. It could cause terrible damage to living beings and kill them without them noticing. Lu Xiaoyu had told him that it was a so-called nuclear explosion experiment, and only a small part of its power had been displayed. If the most terrifying war were to come, the entire world of Earth would be overturned. No living beings would be able to escape, and they would all die. The human race of this world is really extraordinary. However, even though their methods are strange, it is not enough to completely destroy this world. After all, this place is related to the great god Pangu. Xiaolong sighed when he heard Lu Xiaoyu's words. They had been to many places in this world, and Xiaolong had also seen many novel things. In terms of war, if the life forms of Earth were to fight to the death with the 33 heavens or one of the 3,000 boundless worlds, the difference would not be too great. Of course, the premise was that they could not break free from the shackles of this world, nor could they bring the methods of this world to those worlds. In addition, cultivators had many methods that were even more extraordinary in comparison. In terms of victory and defeat, there was no need to think too much. In addition to these, Xiaolong also knew that there were some differences in the world of Earth. This place was closely related to the great god Pangu. However, what kind of relationship existed, even Lu Xiaoyu could not be too specific about it. But he knew one thing: the great god Pangu was here. It was also because of this that Lu Xiaoyu chose to go into seclusion here to break through to the final imageless realm. Night. When the sky was filled with neon lights illuminating the entire city, rows of shiny street lamps crisscrossed, cutting the city into pieces. The traffic on the road was like shuttling shuttles, coming and going like the wind. The great Tao transforms into yin and yang evolves into 10,000 laws, and 10,000 laws weaves into the boundless universe. At the end of the path of cultivation, it is a process of Tao unification. The great Tao originates from chaos, but where does chaos come from? In the vast night sky, a huge iron bird flew with a terrifying roar, cutting across the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was something called an airplane in the world of Earth. It could travel thousands of miles in a day. At this time, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the upper part of the airplane. Under the night sky, it was impossible to see his specific appearance. Only a hazy outline could be seen. One could vaguely see that this was the figure of a man. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his dressing was completely different from this world. He sat cross-legged on the back of the airplane just like that. A strong wind blew past his side, but not even a strand of hair was lifted. The truth-severing realm begins to comprehend the power of laws. The immortal realm traces the origin of laws. The meditative realm condenses the origin of the great Tao. When carrying the Tao, it is to comprehend the power of chaos. However, this last step still seems to be unfathomable. The man spoke softly. His voice was very soft, and no outsider could hear it at all. This man was Lu Xiaoyu, who came to the world of Earth to seek a breakthrough. He had left the 33 heavens for more than 1,000 years, but he had only been in this world for a short few months. Lu Xiaoyu knew in his heart that the reason why the flow of time here was so different was because of the great god Pangu. According to the ancient Taoists of Huaxia, the world came from chaos, and chaos began from nothing. Lu Xiaoyu murmured softly, and then asked himself, "Then, what is nothing?" His brows furrowed slightly, with some confusion. These principles were very simple to understand. Perhaps a human from Huaxia could explain a little. According to some ancient records, it was known that heaven and earth evolved from chaos. In the end, it gave birth to thousands of living beings, colorful worlds, and endless laws of the great Tao. Chaos, on the other hand, began from nothing. Simply put, nothing was nothing, and it didn't exist. Since it didn't exist, where did chaos come from? Lu Xiaoyu didn't understand. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the true profoundness of this. He had stepped into the path-bearing realm and had been at the peak for many years. The power of the origin of chaos had long been mastered by him. However, to be honest, he had been comprehending for many years, but he still hadn't been able to comprehend that mysterious place. What kind of place did the predecessor of spirit creation go to? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of another thing. Back then, when Du Xiaofu had led people into the 18 levels of hell, he and Xiaolong had gone to a special place. There, the two of them had some new knowledge. If they really wanted to talk about what they had seen, it could be summed up in one sentence. There was everything, but there was nothing. This feeling was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. It was very contradictory, but it was a real thing. All the magnificent and gorgeous scenes, upon closer inspection, were like a dream. It was as if life was changing, real and fake, and it was impossible to grasp. It was also in that place that Lu Xiaoyu had obtained great enlightenment, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. As a result, a lot of time was wasted, and there was almost a huge change in the operation in the 18 levels of hell. Fortunately, he got out of the state in time and rushed back to the 33 heavens. Only then did he stop the situation from worsening. However, the mysterious feeling that he was about to grasp was also broken at that time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult to connect it again. Out of nothing there is chaos, there is all things, everything comes from nothing. Lu Xiaoyu sat on the back of the plane and murmured. He looked into the distance, and saw endless bright lights. He could also sense the mountains and rivers that stretched for thousands of miles. Everything that existed in the world was both real and illusory at the same time. If one were to think about it in detail, was it real or fake? At this time, Even Lu Xiaoyu couldn't understand this question. But he knew a fact. Everything in the world, even if it dissipated into smoke, it would still leave behind a corresponding trace. It wouldn't be truly obliterated. For example, that towering tree. It could be swallowed up by fierce flames and turned to ashes, or it could also decay into mud and flow with the flow of water. But what was undeniable was that this tree had existed. Moreover, after it died, it continued to exist in another form. The only difference was that it was no longer a tree. From this perspective, what was true nothingness? Chaos was born, all things were created, all things were annihilated, and all things returned to chaos. Then, where did chaos return to? Lu Xiaoyu knew the answer. It was nothing, but the question took a big detour and returned to the original starting point. What was true nothingness? There is no image, there is no image. I'm afraid what I'm searching for is this ultimate secret. Lu Xiaoyu sighed and stood up on the back of the plane. At this time, the plane had already reached its destination and was slowly descending. Lu Xiaoyu took a step forward, step by step. It was as if he was walking on a stairway to heaven. He slowly rose into the sky and reached the clouds. He released the protective force outside his body, allowing the biting wind in the sky to blow on his face. He felt the power from nature, wrapping his hair and fluttering it behind him. The realm of no image can open up a world, create a spirit, and control all living beings. The essence is to obtain the strongest meaning, to be able to create something out of nothing. Lu Xiaoyu thought of great god Pangu, heavenly lord Daluo, demon ancestor Rahu, and senior spirit creation. This was the power of no image. Once one grasped the origin of chaos and obtained the power of nothingness, one could create something out of nothing, open up a huge world, and give birth to all living beings. These gods and demons that walked out of the chaos had an innate advantage. They had grasped the origin of chaos very early on and were closer to nothingness. Therefore, they saved a lot of effort compared to Lu Xiaoyu in this step. But in Lu Xiaoyu's heart, this was not a fundamental difference. Gods and demons were also living beings, born from nothingness. There was no difference in essence between them and all living beings in this world. Since they could comprehend the existence of nothingness, why couldn't he? Why don't I try this? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows as he thought of a possibility. His heart began to beat violently, almost going crazy from the things he imagined. Since everything originated from nothingness, what was the end of the world? Could it be nothingness? If that was the case, didn't it mean that he could follow this train of thought and give it a try? He quickly thought of the entire process. First, he would use his own chaotic force to create all living beings. Then, he would let all living beings be born continuously until the world was destroyed. He would go to the end of time and space and feel what the most real annihilation was, what the true nothingness was. Naturally, with Lu Xiaoyu's current cultivation, the world he created was no different from the real world. He could also open up a huge space and give birth to all living beings in this world. But there was a huge difference between it and the real world. The world he created required him to constantly pour in energy to maintain it. Otherwise, it would quickly dissipate and not last long. The biggest flaw was that he had not grasped the concept of nothingness. Perhaps through this method, he could really experience the ultimate path. However, Lu Xiaoyu's heart was beating like a drum. Would the consequences of doing this cause him to be annihilated into nothingness? Would he be able to wake up in the end? At this moment, he was weighing some things in his heart. If there were not so many restraints, he would definitely give it a try. But now, the demon ancestor was not dead, and the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds were not at peace. In addition, his junior brother Du Xiaofu was still in a deep sleep, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. If he really couldn't wake up, not even a speck of dust could be left behind, and he truly became an existence of nothingness, then who could do all of this? Lu Xiaoyu calculated. It was not that he did not dare to do this, but there were many things that he could not let go of. Huff, huff, huff! Gusts of wind blew past, cutting Lu Xiaoyu's body like knives. but it did not cause him any harm. He stood quietly in the sky, and the bright moon moved horizontally, illuminating his body. The green-robed figure stood there, motionless, as if he was a statue standing in the sky. He maintained this posture, as if he had been standing there for a long time. This dead knot cannot be broken, and I cannot kill the demon ancestor. In the end, I cannot protect the 3,000 boundless worlds and the 33 heavens. I'm afraid that in the end, even this small world of Earth will not be left. If that's the case, then let's take a gamble. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. He looked at the sky, and there was still no change. His eyes shone with a bright light, more dazzling than the brightest star in the night sky. Everything still needed him to arrange and change. Whether it was the demon ancestor or Du Xiaofu, perhaps they all needed him to do something. If he could not successfully break through to the no-image state, he would not have enough strength to change more things. The 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds would become the demon domain. Rather than that, he might as well take a gamble and fight for the best possibility with the courage to cut off all means of retreat. Let's begin, Lu Xiaoyu said softly, and with a flash of his body he left Earth. He did not plan to try it in this world. Instead, he found a lonely planet nearby and sat down cross-legged. Lu Xiaoyu gently closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation. Immediately after, a mysterious aura surged out from his body, quickly spreading out around him. This aura was extremely vast and overbearing. In just a moment, it enveloped the entire planet, and it continued to spread and expand rapidly. With Lu Xiaoyu's current strength, if he went all out and covered the entire planet with his aura, it was unknown how many such planets could be contained. Under such circumstances, a unique aura suddenly appeared in the starry sky, as if it was covered by a mysterious halo. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Inside Lu Xiaoyu's body, waves of chaotic energy boiled like boiling porridge. This chaotic energy was compressed by him, and finally gathered into a ball of light under his navel. Layers of rolling energy were fluctuating in the ball of light, releasing a dazzling light. Vaguely, through the light, one could see that the chaotic energy inside was beginning to transform into yin and yang. In the end, it transformed into the shape of a yin-yang fish. Qi! 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 The yin-yang fish rotated, and a mighty force was released. It was like a terrifying divine disk that could destroy everything in the world. It was ferocious and wanted to break free from his body. However, the yin-yang fish was suppressed by Lu Xiaoyu, and it calmed down. From time to time, it would jump a few times, trying to break free from his restraint. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu went all out, mobilizing all of his energy. The power he displayed was extremely terrifying, almost beyond his control. However, this was not the result he wanted. He continued to pour chaotic energy into the yin-yang fish, wanting to squeeze out all of the energy in his body, leaving not a trace behind. At the same time, he had to control the movements of the yin-yang fish, suppressing it to prevent it from going beyond his control. Lu Xiaoyu's purpose of doing this was to seek the final eruption. He wanted to see what kind of state the world he evolved with all of his strength would reach. In the end, he wanted to control the growth and evolution of this world, from weak to strong, from prosperous to exhausted, until it died out and ceased to exist. Chapter 2978. Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Layers of vast aura surged around his body. The yin-yang fish pattern spun crazily, emitting terrifying invisible waves. If any living creature approached it, it would probably die a violent death and be annihilated without a trace. Under Lu Xiaoyu's continuous compression, the yin-yang tai chi fish was still shrinking, and a mighty force burst out from it. As the boundless chaotic aura surged, it separated and turned into yin and yang energy, becoming a part of the yin-yang tai chi fish's power. Suddenly, at a certain moment, there was a loud bang. When the yin-yang tai chi fish was compressed to the extreme, it instantly exploded. Walala! Terrifying power burst out crazily, rushing out from Lu Xiaoyu's body. It was endless, violent, and shocking. Torrential rays of light shot out and enveloped countless star fields. Under the influence of this force, the withered stars did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and were directly turned into clouds of smoke and dust that drifted away. In the boundless space, everything turned into dust. Only the power released by Lu Xiaoyu was boiling. He sat cross-legged in the center of this power like a god, the ruler of everything. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu's face also turned pale. He squeezed out all of his power. All the chaotic origin in his body was separated, condensing and compressing into yin and yang energy, and then quickly spreading out. The power of the world condense! With his eyes closed, Lu Xiaoyu said in a low voice, and his hands formed a complicated and obscure seal. Accompanying it was the terrifying power in the surroundings that began to boil and roar. These layers of power kept intertwining, changing and combining, and wisps of vitality bloomed. Soon, strange scenes appeared one after another. In the vast space, endless land was spreading and forming. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground, and rivers flowed from east to west. In the periphery of the space, there was a special power formed, intertwining and deriving from each other, shaking out the terrifying power of the law, causing this space to be completely independent. Thick clouds appeared in the sky, and terrifying thunder and lightning were like dancing dragons and snakes, wreaking havoc and rampaging, and a destructive aura filled the air. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated, as if it had flowed down from an ancient time and arrived in this world. Following this roar, one could see an immeasurably long dragon body rising into the air, cruising around Lu Xiaoyu's space, bringing with it endless divine might. View! Then, another bird-like sound was heard. What followed was an endless amount of flame that burned in all directions. It was as if it could burn the entire world to ashes. This was a massive firebird. Its wings were spread out horizontally and its tail was long. It was extremely similar to the phoenix race of the 33 heavens. The gigantic dragon and crimson phoenix, one in front and one behind, were extremely terrifying. These two races were very different from the dragons, phoenixes, and azure dragons of the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. However, in terms of appearance, they were very similar. The dragon and phoenix were incomparably terrifying, as if they were the most powerful creatures, suddenly appearing between heaven and earth. This was a life form born from the world Lu Xiaoyu produced. It was like the ancestor dragon and primordial phoenix of the 33 heavens, a pre-celestial life form, endlessly powerful. However, after these two appeared, everything didn't end there. As time passed, one could see more and more life forms appear, jumping around in joy in this world. An incomparably huge black tiger was born from the heavens and earth, and it moved through the mountains and forests. A small island appeared on the sea, and it was engraved with a chessboard-like brand. Then, a head suddenly popped out from one end of the island, and it turned out to be a huge divine turtle. In a certain deep mountain, a strange creature was born. It was shaped like a snake, but it had 8 heads, and it could spurt out different kinds of power. Life forms appeared in this world one after another. They were born with the support of the power of heaven and earth. As soon as they appeared, they possessed an extremely terrifying strength. However, these life forms were still rapidly growing. They seized the power of good fortune between heaven and earth, and their cultivation strength rapidly increased. The entire space was filled with the rich power of laws. This was all created by Lu Xiaoyu, forming the powerful rules between heaven and earth, condensing into a vast and boundless order. Wang. In the shape of this world, more and more pre-celestial life forms appeared. In the process of the world's evolution, these life forms comprehended the world's laws and principles, comprehending the mysteries of the great Tao, and became more and more powerful. Only at a certain moment, with the birth of the first post-celestial life form, some invisible force between heaven and earth seemed to be touched and stopped abruptly. From then on, all life forms that were born were post-celestial. At the same time, the world's rules and laws took shape, suddenly solidifying as if they had evolved to an extreme level. The era of pre-celestial life forms had come to an end. But the wonderful evolution of the world didn't stop there. In this space, countless post-celestial life forms appeared. Compared to the pre-celestial life forms, their numbers were many times greater. The embryonic form of the world has been condensed. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the world, Lu Xiaoyu murmured. He gently exhaled and muttered to himself. Continue! As his soft words fell, a loud rumble spread out. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck this space, causing the entire world to be on the verge of collapse. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes all expanded madly. The entire world continued to expand, and in a short period of time, the overall scale of the world increased by several times. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if this world wanted to expand to an infinite extent in a limited amount of time. In fact, Lu Xiaoyu knew in his heart that when the great god Pangu, Celestial Absolute, and Rahu of the demon race were creating a world, they absolutely wouldn't forcefully interfere with the growth of the world in such a short period of time. To those chaos fiend gods, creating a world was like creating a beloved object, or a process of blossoming and bearing fruit. There was no need to deliberately do so. Once the embryonic form of the world stabilized, they would let go and allow the world to slowly grow on its own. When the melon matured, it would fall, just like the ancient Pangu world and the demon world. But Lu Xiaoyu was different. This time, he only wanted to comprehend the concept of nothingness. He wanted to comprehend a trace of that power and break through the realm of Tao. During this process, he had to constantly participate in the changes of the world. The shape of the entire world had to be maintained by him with all his strength. Only then could it continue to exist. The biggest difference between the realm of Tao and the realm of no image was that after they created the world, they didn't need to inject their own power into it. Once Lu Xiaoyu withdrew his power, the entire world would quickly dissipate and return to nothingness, no longer existing. When the great god Pangu, Celestial Absolute, and the others created their worlds, they would set them aside and let them continue to evolve naturally. This was the huge difference between the two. Huff. 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 Under Lu Xiaoyu's control, this world grew rapidly. Not long after, the entire world became incomparably prosperous. The four primitive laws of time, space, matter, and life were all present. Endless derivative laws appeared, weaving the rules and order of the world. In this world, life was extraordinary. Countless living beings appeared here, almost reaching the peak of the world. This was Lu Xiaoyu's goal. What he wanted was to evolve this world to its most prosperous state. It was like picking up stones and piling them up into a mountain. And on the day this mountain was formed, he would suddenly push it down. What Lu Xiaoyu needed to do next was to gently push it down. Hu! He let out a light breath and his eyes were no longer closed. Instead, he glanced at his work. It had to be said that this world was very prosperous. Because of his full strength, the living beings in it had reached the peak in a short period of time. It was extremely terrifying. In the form of this world, many sentient life forms had reached the realm of Tao bearing. If these life forms were given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to Tao bearing. But Lu Xiaoyu was clear in his heart that all of this was just an illusion. As long as he couldn't comprehend nothingness, then all of these things would be rootless duckweeds. They wouldn't be able to survive for long until the day his strength was exhausted. In the end, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. This gamble, if it succeeds, then there's no hope. If it fails, then everything will be for naught, Lu Xiaoyu said indifferently, using a voice that only he could hear. He sat there for a moment, but it also seemed like he had been sitting there for countless years. In the end, his expression became extremely calm. He slowly raised a hand and spat out a word from his lips. Go! As the word go fell, it was as if the highest power in the world was surging. Rumble! In the world he had created, the giant wheel of time rolled and spun rapidly. If someone could stand outside this world and watch at this moment, they would see a hair-raising scene. In the form of this world, everything was moving at an exaggerated speed. The change of time and space here was probably tens of millions of times faster than the 33 heavens and the 3,000 boundless worlds. Life forms grew strong and healthy, but they quickly grew old and decayed into mud. Numerous mountains stretched across the land, but under the erosion of the power of time, they collapsed with a loud rumble. Rivers crisscrossed, but in the end, they couldn't resist the invasion of time and dried up, turning into deserts. Similar situations were happening everywhere in this space, and they were rapidly multiplying. Lu Xiaoyu used all his strength to make this side of the world rotate. He was the god here. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were law. Everything was under his control. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When the entire world had developed to an extreme, Lu Xiaoyu continued to infuse energy into it, and it began to slowly go downhill. With the rapid passage of time, everything began to change. Crack! It was unknown when, but a slight sound drifted between heaven and earth. This sound was very soft and difficult to detect. It was as if a thread of a rope that was lifting a heavy load had been broken. It was insignificant. However, the reality was that not long after, an incomparably powerful creature naturally grew old, died, and disappeared from the world. This was an extremely inconceivable thing. It was hard to imagine. In the normal world, even if it was in existence in the realm of immortality, it was worthy of the saying, "Immortality throughout the ages, immortality throughout the ages." However, in Lu Xiaoyu's world, such a strange scene actually appeared. The realm of immortality withered, and it fell from the world. It was unimaginable. The order is broken, the laws are cracked, the end of the world is coming. In the form of the world, those sentient life forms discovered this scene. They knew that the slight sound was the great Tao's rules and order between heaven and earth showing signs of breaking. However, they were powerless to change anything. Ka ka ka! Time passed quickly. More and more sounds were heard, becoming more and more concentrated. Under Lu Xiaoyu's full power, not only did the world no longer continue to evolve and grow, but it also showed signs of withering. More powerful creatures died in the world, falling and turning into dust. Pieces of the laws and order were disintegrating, the great Tao was collapsing. The mountains, rivers, forests, and trees between heaven and earth all began to crack, collapse, dry up, and decay. Scene after scene showed a sense of desolation. Living creatures died in droves. In the situation where the rules and order between heaven and earth were disappearing, they suffered a huge impact and couldn't resist at all. Even those sentient life forms with incomparably powerful cultivation showed signs of withering, and their primordial spirits began to turn turbid. Hum hum hum! In the world, a terrifying buzzing sound was vast and mighty. It was oppressive and mournful, as if a funeral song was being played, causing the entire space to be in a state of mourning. Lu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged in the center, neither happy nor sad. His own body also began to disintegrate. That originally young and handsome face was now full of wrinkles, and the pitch-black hair behind his head had long turned white, without any luster. His aura was also weakening, and his breathing was no longer as regular as before. He was like an ordinary human, beginning to decline, and his life was coming to an end. As the creator and controller of this world, Lu Xiaoyu's power was also dissipating as this space was heading towards destruction. It could be foreseen that when this world completely disappeared, he would also completely fall and become nothingness, erased from the world, leaving not a trace behind. Probably, this is nothingness, Lu Xiaoyu muttered softly. He opened his eyes, feeling everything in the process of his own death. The functions of his body began to wildly scatter, rapidly fading away. On his face, on his body, his skin began to wither and then fall off. His flesh and blood turned into powder that rustled down. Every inch of his bones began to crack, unable to escape the fate of decay. This was the path that Lu Xiaoyu had chosen. As he experienced this process, he felt neither joy nor sorrow. Because of the loss of his strength and the death of his mortal body, he didn't feel any negative emotions. He had already expected all of this, and the reality was nearly the same as what he had imagined. To push this world to the peak and then dissipate with it, this process was extremely strange and mysterious. It caused many emotions to appear in his heart that he had never felt before. What sort of concept was nothingness? In the past, Lu Xiaoyu had never been able to understand it. Even now, he still hadn't grasped this wonderful feeling. However, after experiencing all of this, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the end that he wanted to reach. Nothingness, that was nothing, that was emptiness, that was non-existence, that was without a trace. This was very different from the derivation and evolution of all things in the normal world. There was something very different about it. Whether it was in the 33 heavens, the 3,000 boundless worlds, or the 18 layers of hell, all things would change. Great mountains and rivers would be destroyed, turning into dust that would be blown away by strong winds and scattered throughout the world. Living beings would turn into bones, flesh and blood would turn into mud, nourishing the endless forests. Fundamentally speaking, the changes within the world itself were all within the scope of the laws and order. When matter transformed into each other, it would exist in another form in the world. It wasn't true annihilation and death. Just like when Lu Xiaoyu cultivated in his youth, the strength of the 5 elements rotated around each other, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. But today, everything was extremely different. He would vanish together with the world that he had evolved, becoming true nothingness. A thought exists, a thought doesn't exist. I just don't know if I will return to this world in the end. Time passed quickly. Lu Xiaoyu's body had completely withered away, vanishing from sight. At the center of the world, there was only a dim and weak light that continued to flicker. Around him was a world of devastation. The living beings in it had long since died, and all matter had dissipated, turning into chaotic energy. The space had collapsed and turned into fragments, leaving only the giant wheel of time that was still madly rolling. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. He knew that he was about to become true nothingness with all of this, no longer existing. But he didn't know if he would be able to wake up in the end. Formless and formless, formless and formless, this was the final realm. Everything came from nothingness and went back to nothingness. If Lu Xiaoyu wanted to break through this final level, he had to break and then establish. He had to transform into nothingness, and then come from nothingness. At that time, he would have a true formless body, standing at the peak of the world. However, no one could be sure that as the first expert in all the worlds who had forcefully peeked into that realm with the identity of a postnatal creature, he would succeed in the end. If he succeeded, he would be formless. If he failed, he would perish. It should be known that since ancient times, only the great god Pangu, Lord Daluo, demon ancestor Rahu, and creation spirit had broken through the formless. Moreover, they were all chaotic creatures. Even those prenatal creatures who had more advantages than Lu Xiaoyu hadn't been able to do it. Wait for me! Lu Xiaoyu's primordial spirit sent out such a fluctuation. It was unknown who he was talking to. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.